Good one.
Damage to a vehicle, 730 West Bethel Drive, heard overnight on two work trucks. Kensington. For a large pickup truck, we saw it over near Gaston Wash this morning in the alley or on West Avenue. I'm not familiar with anything like that or the truck that we're looking for. We'll drive over there and tell you.
X-ray 11 can come. Just for 43, we sent an ambulance out to 11-007 East Sallyjack Way for an 80-year-old male with a facial injury. Stand for.
Good.
Same traffic as County, your ambulance is heading that way.
10-4. Keep them towards you, please.
Stand for. Ten four seven seven. Ken,
I'm in the area, Gas and Wash.
Brian,
Robert 5 on Street, Northern Colorado. Driver 5.
hey Ken,
Are we today? Oh, see anything out of the ordinary over here?
Central, 10 Kcom.
Good.
Juvenile runaway, 543 South Gordon. Emmanuel Shane Westbrook, the 16-year-old. Unknown clothing. He's a male, black light complexion. And he ran off sometime overnight.
Can't go 135.23.
135, 10-4. King Cam Robert 5 to not to Riverside.
Prop 5 going Riverside. 548, 1042.
$49.
48, no services.
Okay.
Can't go 552.
Traffic. Can't go 514 St. Travis. Traffic. Okay, ready for
Got it. That's it.
X-ray 59.
Good.
1442 North 4000 East Road for Black Malibu. A car veered off the road onto railroad tracks.
Britney Spears' father. Britney.
The 43 jumped over the tracks and flipped several times.
Human trafficker. Hunt him.
And 56. 56. Need attachment to that accident.
And 66.
Units going to the accident for 43. One subject is out of the vehicle. He's on the west side on the edge of the cornfield.
Can't copy show 6802 inbound.
6802 at Route 1442 North 4000 East Road.
Anybody else in the vehicle?
1017's third party. He doesn't believe so.
Okay, got 65 in route.
Nick, he's doing route. He's en route.
602.
I'll be on shift administrative.
10-4.
Five in route.
K10, your status.
Bob here. The sister's been in contact with him. We're just seeing if we can make contact again.
Eagle 56-723.
Oh, an RF, reconnect.
Mr. Spears, if you don't back off your daughter, we will be forced to hunt you like a dog.
4763, Lincoln 424763. 10-4. Do you need to return?
Mr. Spears, if you don't back off your daughter, we will be forced to hunt you down like a dog.
Lincoln 424763 comes back valid to a 2004 Chevy passenger car to an Evelyn Ruiz out of Kankakee.
Britney Spears, say the word, and we will hunt him down like a dog.
Can't come at 59 a month.
59. Driver by file. Robert 20028094248.
Hey, you fucking demon Sundar, dude. There's always a way around your fucking bullshit. Fucking go soft, we go fucking harder, motherfucker.
10-4.
Can't come at 44, 1041.
S44 10-4.
Demon Sundar, we always
Can't
have
come at
your back.
6217. I want a vehicle upright off the roadway. We'll be out checking. 62 of 4000 East Command.
We always always have a back door.
Okay, copy, show 6802 on scene, assisting with traffic control.
6802.
Okay, come 60 on scene as well. Six 43 exploded. That's where there's an accident. 4,000 track, 100 north. You head that way.
X59.
Started to go.
For 21.
Yeah, if I get my driver do it. That's one. Hey, got me about 65, 66. 65, you can return. We only have one patient here.
Your 29 is clear. Your 27 is valid. 10-0 gang crime activity and parole. MSR custody. Yeah, Lord. Okay.
I'm 23 on 40.
When the pussies have no choice but to back
For
down.
X59. This is 1016 at 31 North Elm Street. Female subject is 1056. Male subject is 1056 and a half. For 43, male is leaving westbound in a Ford pickup, red.
Yeah, 702, you can catch me, that's enough. I'm both going to be 22.
10-701.
Okay, camera, I've got Riverside.
Extra 59, Melania's has been advised and is en route.
Nice. I think
37006, 37006.
It's happening all over again. I'm gonna go hide in the bathroom.
We're not here to hurt you.
Where
We're
is
here
she?
to ask you if you have a few minutes to talk about our Lord and Savior, Dr. Fauci.
Sure, I'd love to talk about that.
So, we're supposed to talk about it
59,
with her.
43, corrections to the Beagle, please join to the scene.
You're already supposed to know about it. Where's your notes at?
Notes for what?
Oh my gosh.
So, when you say Dr. Fauci, does that mean like he's a doctor or like he's a rapper?
So,
Yeah.
you really need to practice your lines.
Hey, come on, man. I don't have a teleprompter, and I can't find my earpiece.
Where are your notes at, Joe?
Oh, man, you know what that reminds me? The McRib is back.
All right, Joe.
Yep.
We need to talk to
You're
people
allowed
about our
to
Lord and
say
Savior,
that.
Dr. Fauci.
All right.
So let's practice, okay?
Practice what?
Going door to door, telling people about the vaccine.
Oh, all right. Let's do it.
Knock, knock.
Oh, hang on. There's somebody at the door.
No, Joe. I was knocking.
Oh, man. You're good. What are you, like a scientist or
Focus,
something?
Joe.
All right.
All right, let's try this again.
All right.
Knock, knock.
Oh, hang on. There's somebody.
It's me, Joe.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Would you like to talk about our Lord and Savior, Dr. Fauci?
Did I win?
Did you win?
Yeah, did I win?
Win what?
The major award.
Major award?
Yeah, are you from Publishers Clearinghouse?
No, I'm here to talk to you about our Lord and Savior, Dr. Fauci.
So, did I win or what? Where is she? Where is she? Bang, bang! Yeah. Anyways.
Tom 1007.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for.
We're calling these the new billion-dollar solar panels. They're a new generation of super powerful solar panels that was just released on the market. Earlier today, over at patreon.com, I put up what I hope will be the last in a series of videos that I have done over the last couple of weeks, completely debunking the mainstream media narrative coming out of South Florida. It is definitely not building maintenance. It is not what they are telling you. 10 specific, undeniable facts, really more like 12, but we're going to limit it to 10. You can find these at patreon.com. As per my agreement here, I cannot speak in detail about this. But trust me, we have a rock solid case from from the night it happened all the way up to the implosion just a couple of nights ago. And there are people in custody. There are people in custody who know things
File for Richard,
that likely took advantage
Kippy.
of a
29
completely
is
open
clear,
border
27
and the ability to
is
wear
valid.
masks everywhere, hiding their identities.
Yeah.
That's all I can really say. That's as big a hint as I can give. $1 a month, even less if you sign up for a whole year. Less than $1. Thousands already have. And everyone who is over there at patreon.com, virtual unanimity. Everyone who actually looks at the evidence and sees what I've put together, no doubt in their minds, rock solid case. But in more contemporary news, there is a storm hitting the west side of Florida. It's Elsa. I don't believe at this point, at least at the time of the making of this video, it's developed into a hurricane yet, but it is a tropical storm. And we are watching it. I am way up on the northeast coast of Florida, so it's hundreds of miles away from me. We've got cloud cover and maybe a little bit of rain today, but nothing really to write home about. But definitely keep these people, in your thoughts and prayers. Even though it's just a tropical storm, flooding issues and wind, you just never know. But thank goodness we have a patriotic governor and government here in Florida that had a tax holiday that allowed people to purchase things to get prepared for this not long ago. So everyone should be ready to deal with a tropical storm as kind of a warm-up to what's coming. These images I'm showing are from NOAA, technically, but I got them off of a website I've talked about before, trackthetropics.com. Track the Tropics is absolutely the best clearinghouse for images and information like this. Virtually every possible tracking scenario for storms all across the world can be found there. This is the page for the 2021 Atlantic hurricane season. They have pages for other areas of the world. They have a specific page here just for Elsa. And as you can see, no matter what you want, spaghetti models, wind modeling, probabilities, precipitation, radar loops, everything. Everything. They'll even have power outages that they watch, what's coming next, all sorts of resources and links, and it's privately funded, so it's just a donation-only site, but by far better than anything you'll find on mainstream media sites. Track the Tropics, just like it sounds, TrackTheTropics.com. So, anyway, another story, though, that dovetails with something we talked about before, I wanted to cover today. It has to do with U.S. big tech quitting Hong Kong because of a rise in terror attacks. Now, the reason is kind of shrouded in the story, and it has to do with anonymity. And what I believe coming will be anti-anonymity laws, meaning that just being anonymous is going to make you a target. Now, why do I say this? Well, let's read. Let's see what the information is. Amid an increase in domestic terrorism in Hong Kong, proposed new legislation, sorry about that, to prevent doxing has upset big tech. And now the major U.S. firms are threatening to leave. But their departure would probably do the city a favor. Now, what the legislation does is it allows their security forces to remain anonymous. And big tech doesn't like that. Big tech doesn't like this idea, because what's happening with these, what they call quote unquote domestic terrorists, is they're doxing police officers that are trying to rein in the protesters. And they're trying to threaten their families and threaten their kids. And here the writer says, There's good reason to introduce such a law. Anti-police activists, sound familiar, have had a long-term habit of deliberately disseminating the private information of officers and their families, making them targets for abuse and violence. And they detail this now. Who remembers Colony? The series from FX, USA, Sci-Fi, something like that. Talking about this dystopian future, arrival of alien.
I guess we'll have to post their name and address to a telephone pole.
710-702 status.
Task force. The verbal argument, the male has to be leaving for the morning. We're going to be kind of.
And this group of humans that works for the authority, they have cameras to document everything they do, but they're largely anonymous. But even in this paradigm, this story, you can get some basic identifying information. We have a man on the right, woman on the left. Looks like the woman has darker skin. Looks like the man has lighter skin. Of course, height, eye color, all of this kind of stuff can be found. How?
Oh, shit. They fucking grabbed my fucking.
I use this partial image in another video talking about this Order 66 that occurred in the Star Wars franchise. I thought a lot more people would get it than did. It was an order given by the Emperor in the series that told the stormtroopers to go kill all the Jedi, a religious order. Now the stormtroopers, no problem. Why? Well, you can't tell who or what they are. They're completely decked out in helmets and armor and everything else. Total anonymity. So even though they may or may not like what they're doing, or they may or may not agree with it, they don't have to worry about somebody coming to their home or finding their families because they look much like every other robot. See, but this is a problem for big tech. And this is the coming clash. Because right here on this platform, there are so many that show up hiding behind anonymity that love to troll in the comments, and I don't necessarily care. It's just comment section. I only care to the extent that Google and YouTube holds me responsible for the comments that I allow below the videos. Let me say that again. I, channel operator, am held to account and responsible for the comments that I allow below this video, not the commenter. I'm sure a lot of you are not aware of that. So the next time you see a channel operator or you see your comment disappear or something like that, just understand it's as if I said it.
I'm seeing the 1050.
Not you. It's as if I said it. And this is what big tech, Google, YouTube, it's their biggest thorn in their side right now. Anonymity. Anonymity is going to be the new crime of the 21st century, pardon me. See, because DC has no real robot army. They don't have an army of stormtroopers. They need local people on the ground to do their bidding. That's why Florida has flourished and done so well, because we've been able to push back against DC and say, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do this. We don't care what order you give us. See, our security forces, our police, they're part of our communities. We know them. We trust them. They're our friends. We see them at church. We see them at the grocery store. We see them at the gas station. We have them over for barbecues. They are who we are. And we know they're not going to execute Order 66. They're not going to do DC's bidding here in Florida. There is no magical robot army. There is no magical robot army. Now, here's the next level on this. It has to do with accountability. since I am, as a channel operator, the Florida Maquis, accountable for not only what I say, the images that I show, and the comments relating to it that I allow, what about these guys? I wonder what would happen if news organizations no longer had the ability to hide behind, well, I'm just a CNN reporter, I'm just a Fox reporter. What if Tucker Carlson had to be personally liable for everything he said on his show or put on a website and all of the responses to it?
41 Riverside.
What about Jim Acosta? Not hiding behind those news corporations, that they had to be personally liable.
We're good to clear.
I wonder how their rhetoric would change. I wonder how news and information would change if people were actually held liable or held to the standard that I have to be held to every single day.
421, you can disregard us.
See, that's the problem. See, these protesters think they're, quote unquote, holding the police liable for this, and this. The police are just following orders. You mark my words, anonymity. Anonymity is going to be the new crime of the 21st century. At least as far as you and I go. There's this clash coming between those who want everybody held accountable for everything and those who think that's a problem. And I'll leave it there. But we will, of course, keep an eye on the storm.
Older male, white,
And
black
if you
shirt
have
and
the
jeans.
ability, join us over at
He's in
Patreon.
the
We've
parking
got
lot
some pretty
and
interesting
talks to kids
videos.
in the
I think a
smoking
lot of
area.
you
They
out
want
there
it
who have
removed
been
and banned from the property.
swayed into some trance by the mainstream media will enjoy seeing that breath of fresh air that is the truth. And
As
we'll
you
leave
get
it
up to the
there.
next stop
God bless.
sign, there's a car that's
Like,
about halfway to the
subscribe,
show's on a
and
go
we
see
will
if it's
see you
occupied or
tonight
not.
on Twitch.
Football about your fucking son's
Okay.
nuts. Yeah, watch this fucking
If you're
dude
suffering
around
from
the kid,
cataracts,
dude. I think
diabetic
he's a
retinopathy,
fucking pedophile.
macular degeneration, glaucoma, blurred vision, or any other vision impairment issues, you must see this. The Nobel Prize-winning scientist in stem cell research has discovered a natural way to reclaim the 20/20 vision you were born with in record time. Did you know vision problems have absolutely nothing to do with your eyes? A shocking link between stem cells and your eyes was discovered by researchers at Harvard University Stem Cell Research, along with researchers at Vanderbilt University, the University of Utah, and the National Health Services, NHS, in the UK. These studies show that your eyes will deteriorate with each passing year, even if you wear glasses or lenses. And that's because they don't do a single thing to actually improve the way your eyes work as you age. This Nobel Prize-winning scientist helped in discovering the real reason why you are losing your vision, and a revolutionary way to reverse your vision problems as you sleep, no matter what your age or current condition. And it works like crazy. This secret habit is so amazing. It sent the entire eye care industry back to the drawing board. And it's currently losing them millions of dollars. 13,000 people are already doing it and gave up their glasses in less than a month. It's so powerful because it targets the single root cause of vision loss.
We have a 911 unknown
So
for
if
a
you're
tower
suffering
location
from vision
only
impairment,
around
stop everything you're doing.
2837 Festival Drive. No history on the phone, disconnected. Voicemail and callback.
That explains exactly how to reverse vision problems quickly.
Or unless we get further, we'll
This has
disregard.
nothing to do with meds, surgery, or expensive treatments, and it works for all types of vision problems: cataracts, diabetic retinopathy, macular degeneration, glaucoma, blurred vision, you name it. Andy Perth was a new grandpa and was excited to see his granddaughter at the hospital for the very first time. Except when he got there, his vision was so poor. He couldn't even see his granddaughter's face. Heartbroken and angry, he desperately searched for a solution, and that's when he came across this award-winning research discovery, and a simple ocean creature that was the key to unlocking his vision problem once and for all. After heavily researching a possible solution, he put together a remedy based on this prize-winning research, and he couldn't believe his results. After just 1 week, his dark, blurry spots started to vanish. And by week 7, he could see clearly again for the first time in years. Jan had glaucoma that was so bad, she was on the verge of going completely blind. She was at the end of her rope and was intrigued and skeptical by this new discovery. She tried the remedy, and to her surprise, her transformation was almost instant. Her vision started to clear within the first few days, to the point that she can now SSE objects that are both close up and far away. Clearly. So click the link below and watch the short eye-opening video before it's gone.
That's what you get, you fucking dirty demon human traffickers.
We look forward to welcoming you back to Japan. We are committed to making your arrival as safe and smooth as possible. Passengers go through temperature checks and take coronavirus tests before leaving the airport. Airport staff are ready to help with anything you need. Popular attractions are checking the temperatures of visitors and limiting numbers. Physical distancing measures are in place, and visitors are asked to wear masks. Shops and department stores are taking similar steps, so you can fully enjoy shopping. Hotels across Japan are committed to making your stay relaxing and enjoyable.
Let's keep going.
Your safety and comfort is our priority. We look forward to welcoming you back to Japan with a smile and a very warm welcome. Should you feel unwell during your visit, you will have access to advanced medical care. You can call the Japan Visitor Hotline at any time of day or night for help and assistance.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to talk about the state of affairs here in the People's House and the extent to which the majority has been using the time on the floor of this valuable body, the People's House, to promote wokeness first rather than America first.
The swamp I live in naturally freezes.
Yeah, first.
Here you go, 520-year-old.
And this is what we see every single day. And I know I have a few of my colleagues here tonight with me because this is such an important time in our country's history. We have so many important issues.
Well, country from black. I said that you can't understand that English written right up there. Miss, I have lived in America just like you did. Now get out my store.
Boo.
Get out my store.
Boo. 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 You're the problem. Boo. It's $1.20. Boo. You're white trash. White trash.
White trash.
You should have your teeth kicked out for saying white trash. Yeah, she is a slut though.
Yeah, I'm just showing 60 out of Riverside.
Hey, no, 60 Riverside.
Members of the very movement that began by tearing down monuments get so upset when their own monuments get vandalized. It's a strange thing for sure, but that's exactly what's happening across the country. In this video, we're going to take a look at the multiple instances of George Floyd murals across the nation getting defaced. Activists are somehow shocked when it happens, and we're going to find out why support for BLM actually drops every time a new vandalism incident occurs. You're not going to want to miss this. Greetings, everyone. Dr. Steve here with you. Great to be with you. As always, we are your daily fake news antidote. As each and every day, we provide patriotic analysis to help you to think better so you can feel better in these crazy and turbulent times. So if you haven't already done so, you know what to do. Make sure to smack that bell and subscribe button. How hot is it where you are? With this summer already hitting some record temperatures, let me tell you, it's hot where I am. I'm so glad that I've got an awesome device that's here to keep me personally cool. It's called the Arctic Breeze 3-in-1 air cooler, and it's a mini air conditioner unit that's small and compact enough to fit on your desk. It works as a portable air cooler, air purifier, and air humidifier. Plus, it has 3 different wind speeds and USB connectivity, so it can be powered by multiple devices. Now, if you click on the link down below right now, for a limited time, they're offering this little gem at 50% off plus free shipping to boot. That's right, 50%. Okay, let's dive right in here. Your George Floyd monuments are being defaced across the nation, and what are obviously protests against Black Lives Matter and the destruction that the movement brought to our nation's urban areas and our culture as a whole over the last year. More and more of these murals and monuments are being destroyed and vandalized. Let's start in the city of Houston, where a large George Floyd memorial was vandalized with a racial epithet splashed across it. Houston was George Floyd's hometown, and the mural has since been restored. In the city of Louisville, Kentucky, a mural depicting both George Floyd and Breonna Taylor was recently vandalized. Paint was smeared across what many were calling a Say Their Names memorial. In Philadelphia, several murals throughout the city were recently defaced with the logo Patriot Front splashed across with white paint, covering most of the murals. In Lafayette, Indiana, another George Floyd mural was defaced as well. This mural in particular has been vandalized several times, as many of these murals have. In fact, right when BLM activists started putting up these murals and monuments, whatever you want to call them, but right when they started last summer, they immediately ran into problems. You'll definitely want to check out a video I did on a BLM statue that actually got torn down and thrown into dumpster. It's crazy hilarious. It happened in the city of Bristol, actually in the UK. Vandals tore down a bronze statue of Edward Colston. Colston was a British parliamentarian and philanthropist. In fact, he's long been recognized as one of the most generous benefactors of the city of Bristol. But that didn't matter because Colston was also a man of his time, and he was involved in the slave trade. And just a month or so after the Colston statue was toppled, a new statue got erected in honor of the BLM movement. Just one problem. They didn't get the city's permission to erect the statue, and so in less than literally 24 hours, the city tore down the BLM statue and hauled it away in a dumpster. CNN was livid. They were absolutely livid. They couldn't believe that the city of Bristol would do this. Look at this headline. Edward Colston statue stood for 125 years. The Black Lives Matter statue that replaced it didn't even stand for freaking 25 hours, man. What an injustice, man. And CNN goes on to make the best of it. You know what they said? This is so funny. They said, as it turns out, the statue was actually rather controversial among BLM activists. Can you guess why? Because it was the creation of a white artist. It was the creation of a white sculptor. For many, they felt that that was unhelpful to the wider Black Lives Matter movement. So it just doesn't get more absurd than that. And so needless to say, in many respects, what happened in Bristol in the UK is rather symbolic of what's been happening to George Floyd and BLM murals and monuments all across this nation. You'll definitely want to check out my video on a Breonna Taylor monument that was defaced. Breonna Taylor herself was elevated globally as a symbol of the BLM movement shortly after she was shot and killed by Louisville police who were investigating her apartment as part of a drug bust of their boyfriend. And so the smashing of this sculpted bust, Breonna Taylor, was seen as a protest against the BLM movement, and the artist called the vandalism, quote, an act of racist aggression. Now, we've talked about this before in other videos, but there is an obvious question to all these BLM supporters and advocates here. What on earth did you expect? I mean, you would think, given their propensity towards the destroying of monuments, particularly over the last year, given that, you would think that BLM actors might think twice about erecting their own monuments. We have to remember that the BLM riots were inherently iconoclastic, right? That's a cool term. BLM activists were iconoclasts, meaning that they dedicated themselves to smashing and defacing icons or monuments and statues in cities all across the country. You can actually go to Wikipedia and find an article entitled List of Monuments and Memorials Removed During the George Floyd Protests. And there you'll see literally hundreds upon hundreds of statues that have been removed, broken, smashed, and the like. It's pretty sad stuff. And by the way, it's not just slave owners, even abolitionists got taken down. You may not be aware of the black abolitionists, I kid you not, the black abolitionist activist Frederick Douglass in Rochester, New York, his statue was torn down, defaced, and disposed of in a gorge. I think actually 1 year ago today, the statue of Hans Christian Heg, a devout abolitionist, was torn down in Madison, Wisconsin. Even the statue of Abraham Lincoln, the one who signed the Emancipation Proclamation, for heaven's sake, his statue in Boston is known as the Emancipation Memorial. That was removed. And that's because this, of course, ultimately has nothing to do with iconoclasm per se. It has nothing ultimately to do with monuments or murals, as you know, because right after they tore down them,
Five 11, go ahead with your 2729. 10-4-13.
Yeah, K11.
K11.
DPW is already down here in the 700 block. Check the 100 block.
Alpha.
Panel 2 back in.
It was 2-10-4. If you can go ahead.
Same spelling, N-E-W-B-E-R-R-Y. First name is Stephanie, S-T-E-P-H-A-N-I-E. B Victor in the middle. Date of birth 05-15-68. 5-15-68.
revoke Juliet.
Okay, County 11 will be back in service. DPW taking care of it.
Okay.
Eight seven 28987. Can't come back 59, I'll be out of service.
First 59.
Can't come back 60 out of service.
Out of service.
I discovered to be a bad detector on the 4th floor. No fire 505 to be available.
Alright.
At what point did you think this was a game?
Can't come 21 something. Can't come back 11. Out of service.
10 first 11.
66 East Road.
Yeah, let's say you guys have.
You will see me here for the next 90 days. I ain't taking down shit. Everything's scattered. Thousands of fucking videos. I ain't taking down shit. Thousands of videos and dozens of accounts.
Can't come into 5 orders.
Thousands of videos.
21.
I'll be clear. Employee here. Subject arrived about 5 minutes early. Thought the alarm's already turned off, and it wasn't.
Right.
experiencing the freedom of the open road with your family or friends.
Happening again. Joe Biden or the Biden administration faces another massive lawsuit. This one might be the biggest. Of course, we all remember the executive order, the EO, from the start of his administration, pretty much on week one or even day one, axing the Keystone XL pipeline. It had permits, it was ready to go. And Mr. Working Class, Mr. Virtue Signaling about good paying union jobs, immediately comes into office after being elected and promising that he wouldn't go after the energy sector. With the single and simple stroke of a pen, destroys nearly 10,000 jobs in a virtue signal to the left, but of course, more likely a virtue signal or a genuflect to OPEC and other oil-rich nations. And so the company behind the Keystone XL pipeline is doing what you'd probably expect, fighting in their own interest and in the interest of their workers for $15 billion in damages. You heard that, 15 billion with a B. And so the Biden economic backlash continues. Let's just put things into perspective and think about the amount of damage that this guy did, geriatric Joe, just in his first week in the Oval Office. The border crisis and the oil crisis, probably the pinnacle of that exact idea. So let me show you guys exactly what's going on. And then once again, let's cover the absolute disaster that is the Joe Biden administration. The beauty of this video is Joe Biden's actually tanking in the polls, and it seems as though the American people are finally starting to wake up. But before we get into any of it, please make sure to leave a like, a comment, subscribe, share the video as much as possible. We're still shadow banned by the YouTube algorithm, hidden from non-subscribed viewers. And with that out of the way, let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so here's the headline. Company behind Keystone XL pipeline seeks $15 billion in damages from U.S. government after Biden revokes permit. TC Energy announced it filed a notice of intent to initiate a NAFTA claim to recover economic damages caused by Biden's move to cancel permits previously approved by Trump. TC Energy will be seeking to recover more than $15 billion in damages that it has suffered as the result of the U.S. government's breach of its NAFTA obligations, the company said in a press release. Joe Biden's first order of business was to kill tens of thousands of jobs. And this is actually a pylon. On his first day in office, Biden signed an executive order canceling construction of the Keystone XL pipeline, which would have carried oil from Canada to the United States. 21 states, with Texas and Montana leading the charge, sued Joe Biden earlier this year over his decision to revoke the Keystone XL permit. A coalition of 21 states with Republican attorney generals filed a lawsuit against Biden and argued that revoking the cross-border permit is a regulation of interstate and international commerce, and that only Congress can make the decision. So we have 21 states through their attorney generals suing Joe Biden for axing the Keystone XL, and now we have the actual company itself behind the pipeline suing for $15 billion in damages. And so not only are we seeing a potential unintended consequence, the loss of jobs, the social issues that are going to follow, as well as the oil crisis which resulted from Joe Biden's decision, but now potentially the U.S. government having to pay $15 billion in damages.
Tell them who Leviathan is.
Change on 401.
That vaccine has aborted.
Speaking in a traffic.
401. 419 shift. Yeah, you got 43.
Fucking demon.
43.
Clear for a 46 vehicle. It is marked as green tape 12.
Step 4.
Cain and Abel weren't blood brothers. Eve had a son with the snake. Abel was stealing Cain's crops to feed his animals. God drinks blood. The Vatican sits atop a pagan temple where they killed babies. I come for your children with mustard seeds and parables. I will graduate them.
Maintain line bill 72 and run up to St. Mary's.
You go, St. Mary's.
Warmest place in the house. Yahweh means Yahweh means nostril. They call him the Great Traveler. They call him the Great Traveler. Amen are demons from the fifth realm.
Ricky Top. Go ahead. Fire department paid Scouts 150 Bushy Drive for a fire alarm. That works. Be clear. That works. Yes, it's the same call number from earlier. Right. Oh, there's three. We'll be out of station 2 minutes, sure. Airport. Gray. Sixty-two is Route 150 Mooney Drive. Be en Route 150 Mooney Drive. Income Burbank and 65 Mooney.
Anna's father was
5 on Route 150 Mooney Drive.
Anna's father is an angel.
Okay, can I feel over? Accidental. Be back in service.
Okay. Can we please get a change of quarters from Riverside Apple Drive for Ashland, please? Where's Ashland?
Yeah, got Robert 15.
Robert 15, good.
On board direct. No need. Thank you, guys. KCOM 6802.
6802, go ahead.
6802, 62, ambulance 65, on scene. Mega single-story manufacturing facility. I have evacuation in progress at this time. I have nothing showing from 3 sides. 6802 will be Mooney Command.
6802, alarm company calling to cancel alarm.
MKF. The offender lives on an address on Wabash.
Wait, do you have to color the car? Engine 62 Command. Georgia 50. On trip evacuation.
10 for 617.
KCOM 60's on the return. KCOM someone's on ship. KCOM command.
Command, go ahead.
Made contact with management. States that there's a pressure issue within the building. No fire problems at this time. I'll advise further.
Command received.
I'm showing the offender, Deetra Jones, was at 412 South Wabash.
Is the offender or the victim following the offender? I'm not sure. On 520, I think I have that vehicle pulling into 499 Idealing Apartments. CX 13705, I'll be out. Just turn it back into me. Where's your gallery? Until they advise you further, command is terminated. You can show all units clearing.
That's clearing received.
Five 511. I'm coming from Mooney. Any damage to your car?
K21 1090.
Negative, no contact. Yes. Well, number.
Suspended on Jones, 412 South Wabash.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
13705, Charles X-ray.
You sit on the highway, they sit here on the bridge, on the exit ramps and stuff like this, so just be careful.
Clear. Vale.
So this is the Newburgh Heights Police Department in Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio. This is how they get camera tickets for their department. I mean, they sit on the highway, they sit here on the bridge, on the exit ramps and stuff like this, so just be careful. So this is the Newburgh Heights Police Department in Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio. This is how they get camera tickets for their department. I mean, they sit on the highway, they sit here on the bridge.
There's no damage to the vehicle. She supposedly may have kicked it and then took a picture of it.
Camper, no damage.
Down 511, plate for CAD.
All right, go ahead.
C. Charles, J. John, 45901. CJ, 45901. The Dodge Charger, silver in color.
Plates return clear, valid to Akeem J. John Howell, 329 Ashley in Bourbonnais on a silver 07 Dodge sedan.
10-4, thank you.
Five 528, your status on Ivy.
Here with you. And basically what's going on here is that when President Biden decided on his first day in office that he was going to cancel the permits for this pipeline, that caused a lot of problems for the company. Ultimately, they said that they're pulling out altogether. And what they're doing now is they're using a provision under the NAFTA, which has continued into the USMCA for certain situations, to sue the U.S. government and basically say that the U.S. government has treated this company in a fair, unfair, and inequitable way, and that this is costing them jobs. This is costing them a lot of money in the investment that they made into the United States, thinking that they would be able to bring this crude here. And I'll say, Larry, two takeaways for me is number one, no matter what happens here, this isn't going to restore the pipeline. That is gone. That is dead and gone. And really what you have is you have lost jobs. You have a continued reliance on the Middle East and other places for oil instead of Canada. And you have higher prices at the pump, which is all inconsistent with the goals that we had on energy independence. And secondly, the other story here is you just have this proliferation of disputes between the U.S. and Canada and Mexico. And when President Biden came in, he said that he was going to try to stop all the trade wars. But now you have this dispute. You've got a dispute on solar with the U.S. and Canada. You've got a dispute on dairy. You got multiple disputes on labor. And so we're really going in the wrong direction between the U.S. and Canada right now.
And this is all a consequence, Clete, of their insistence, their obsession, their ideology, religiosity, if I get that right, of the Green New Deal, which experts say, there's issues on climate change, there are concerns, but there's not existential risk. This is not an existential threat. This is not something we have to do in the next 5 to 10 years. And that's where all this stems from. There's a lot of bad blood now. You're right, Canada. This is the ISDS investor-state dispute settlement. There might be some arbitration. But the Keystone people have, they're basically right. I hate to see American taxpayers shoulder Biden's mistakes, but the guy's basically right, isn't he?
I think they have a good case here, Larry. I mean, the bottom line is they had an expectation that this would move forward. President Trump, took a lot of different actions to help facilitate that, and that was reversed on day one without any sort of due process. And that's the thrust of their claim. But again, I go back to win or lose. You're not going to completely wean the United States off of petroleum and crude oil by canceling this pipeline. We're already importing a lot. It's just a question of, do we want to get it from Canada or do we want to get it from Saudi Arabia? And I think the goal here should be to get more from a very close ally in the region. And that really goes to your other point, which is you keep seeing these broad climate goals butting up against efforts to try to work closely with our allies. And I do think that is a bigger problem to the agenda, is that they keep having problems with the allies that are inconsistent with their domestic agenda, and they need to try to find a way to navigate that. So
it's the Keystone, it's ANWR, right? I mean, Biden blew up the ANWR drilling. It's stuff like the Dakota Access Pipeline. I mean, I know it helps Russia. It's going to help Iran. Probably helps China. I don't see where it helps the United States, Clete. That's the problem I have with this story.
No, I agree with you, Larry, and it's funny that you brought in Russia. One of the ironies that a lot of folks have been pointing out in Washington, and a bunch of Republican senators wrote to the president on this, and they said, how come on one hand you're canceling this pipeline between the United States and Canada, but on the other hand, you're letting Vladimir Putin go forward with the Nord Stream 2 into Europe? I mean, there's a real inconsistency here, and I think it's a problematic policy.
Just the last point real quick. There's about a dozen attorneys general at the state level, state AGs, who are coming after. They will go to the Supreme Court. They say that President Biden doesn't have the authority to regulate interstate commerce. That, in fact, that is an authority that Congress has. Quick thought on that. If they get standing, that could be a very powerful case to roll this back. What you think?
It could, Larry. Look, I'm not going to pretend to be a constitutional lawyer. I'm an international trade one.
Oh, go ahead.
But I think the takeaway there is you've got the states of Montana involved. You've got South Dakota involved. You've got all these states where they were going to get jobs who are now not going to get those jobs, and they want recourse too.
You know, I talked to Bob Lighthizer this morning. He was quite interested in the interstate commerce argument. He thought that was could lead to something. Anyway, we'll see. Clete Willems, you're a gem. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good to see you, Larry.
Meanwhile, China is cracking down once again on domestic corporations as well as trading globally. Beijing announcing it will tighten the rules for firms listed overseas, impacting both American and Chinese investors after China announced it is launching a cybersecurity investigation into ride-sharing giant Didi on the heels of its U.S. IPO. The stock is way down from its offering price. It is now down again this morning, another 4.5%. Has been losing value ever since going public on the NYSE last week. Joining me right now is a senior fellow at the Gatestone Institute. He is the author of The Great U.S.-China Tech War, author Gordon Chang. Gordon, it's great to see you this morning. Thanks very much for being here. The news is getting worse and worse as it relates to the Chinese Communist Party and its effect across the world. First, give me your thoughts on what took place just now with Didi. This IPO was a disaster, went public, and then China's Communist Party started changing the company's work, changing what it was allowed to do and what wasn't allowed to do. Your thoughts? It removed the app as well.
Yes, there's so many wrongdoers here. First of all, the Chinese government waited 2 days after the Wednesday IPO of Didi Global to announce that it was the investigation into the ride-hailing app, as well as to make sure that there were no more downloads of it in China. And really, they could have done this before the IPO. the company itself knew that this was coming. They should have done something. And the U.S. underwriters had to know that this was in the works. You know, China's been very clear. They're trying to prevent information of Chinese companies from being leaked to the outside. And I don't know how you can list Chinese companies in the U.S. or anywhere else outside of China when they have this drive to make sure that you can't look into the workings of the company, and the company can't deal with countries outside of it on a normal basis.
You know, I mean, China is also tightening the rules for overseas stock listings. And I wonder what you think about this as we've got so many Wall Street firms getting ready to open up their doors in China with the CCP giving licenses to companies like Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, among others. UBS has been there for years. I mean, what should they expect given what has happened to the Ant Group, now Didi? You know, you've got Elon Musk appearing to be cozying up to Beijing as well. Tesla asking the communist government, according to reports, to censor social media attacks on the company as it tries to manage its image on the Chinese market, Gordon.
Yes. Well, with regard to Tesla, they came in with some very naive assumptions. And we saw this with Elon Musk's awful dance in front of that audience in Shanghai last year. Really what they're doing right now is trying to destroy Tesla because they got the technology. They want to share it with Chinese companies. And, you know, Elon Musk will be lucky if he gets away with Tesla being a viable entity outside China. Really what China is trying to do with regard to its crackdown on companies, it really wants them to list on the Chinese markets. And it's got a big issue in Hong Kong right now because it's worried that international firms are going to leave Hong Kong because of the crackdown on information. You can't have an international financial center without a free flow of data and information. And Beijing's working very hard to prevent that free flow with the closure, for instance, of Apple Daily. We're also seeing Hong Kong go after the big tech companies on privacy grounds. And those tech companies said that they're going to leave Hong Kong. And if that happens, that means that Hong Kong will not be that financial center for the world. It will be one for China, but not for the world.
Well, I'd like to see big tech, pushing back on communist China. Now, look what Twitter did, restricting the account of a China scholar who dared to mock Xi Jinping. This is a globally renowned China scholar saying that Twitter temporarily restricted her account after she mocked Chinese President Xi Jinping. The New Zealand academic added Facebook, LinkedIn, Zoom, and other major social media players appearing just as eager to silence critics of the Communist Party dictatorship. So the CCP was celebrating its 100th anniversary last week. And Xi Jinping, as you know, gave a big speech. She mocked it. Two of her tweets were called unavailable on Twitter, Gordon. So what's going on with social media and big tech as they roll over for the CCP? Do they understand who they're in bed with?
Yes, I think they do. And they want access to China, and they're willing to do almost anything to get it. There's been a half-decade campaign on the part of China's Communist Party against Anne-Marie Brady. She's done some groundbreaking work. Fortunately, the international academic community and others have come to her aid. But nonetheless, this is a continuing story. With regard to big tech, you had, for instance, Twitter. On October 18th of last year, the European bureau chief of China Daily, Chen Weihua, actually issued a tweet urging Americans to throw petrol bombs on American streets. Well, that's subversion. That's arguably an act of war, and certainly it's a violation of federal law. But that tweet remained up, Maria. And clearly what we have right now is two rules. There's one for the Chinese Communist Party, and there's one for everybody else. And the party rules are so much more favorable.
You're absolutely right, Gordon. I mean, just a few weeks ago, was it the Xinhua News or the Global Times said that the CCP should bomb Australia. Because Australia's government wants answers to the origins of COVID-19. All of this while China is building more than 100 new missile silos in its western desert. It has begun construction of what independent experts say are intercontinental ballistic missiles in a desert near the northwestern city of Yumen, a building spree that could signal a major expansion of nuclear capabilities out of Beijing. You just wonder if social media understands what is taking place. The Chinese Communist Party believes it can acquire and overtake the United States within the next 10 or 15 years.
Yes, that was the Global Times that wrote that article. Global Times is a Communist Party media outlet. And you're referring to the 119 silos in Gansu province, plus they're building another 26. That's 145 in total. They're meant for the DF-41 missile, which has a range of 9,300 miles, which means it can reach any part of the continental United States. Each DF-41 carries 10 warheads. And when you if they fill all of those 145 silos, essentially that will be the same number of nukes as almost the entire U.S. deployed nuke arsenal, because we're limited by our arms control treaties with Russia to 1,550 deployed warheads. So really what we're talking about right now is China not wanting a minimal deterrent, as experts say. What they're looking for is a war fighting capability. In other words, to use nuclear weapons offensively.
Gordon, it's just an incredible story. We'll keep a spotlight on it. There's a reason we've been so adamant about the CCP and stories around it for several years now. I just wonder why social media doesn't recognize this incredible threat on America. Gordon, it's good to see you. We'll keep following it, and please come back soon.
Thank you, Maria.
Moving day means you're in for a big transition. CubeSmart makes self-storage as easy as possible. Online or in person, we put the focus on you. Click now to learn more.
Are you surprised about the number of tweets from Maxine Waters to Cori Bush on down ripping this country on the 4th of July? I've every once in a while one will come through and it'll stand out. But from everything I've seen, there's been more negativity towards our birthday. People have to be laughing at us around the world.
It sounds like a Waters World man on the street interview. When I used to go out and ask people, hey, well, are you proud to be an American? What's the best part about being in this country? Who won the Civil War? And you teed it up perfectly. They don't understand history. And a lot of the politicians, because of social media, have designed an echo chamber for themselves where all they hear is left-wing fanaticism. They don't hear from regular people. They don't know what regular people think. They just think that everybody thinks like them, so they feel like they can get away with disparaging this country on July 4th. And I have a question for them who say they're embarrassed to be an American. Well, what other country do you want to come from?
That's a great question.
Where do you want to be from? You want to be from Romania? You want to be from Afghanistan? You want to be from North Korea? France? Go look at the French history. And then tell me if you're proud of the French history. See, they don't know anything about what this world has come from, and that's their problem.
And what it's like now, Cori Bush came out and says, when they say it's the 4th of July, it's about American freedom, remember this. The freedom they're referring to is for white people. This is a guy representing Missouri, a woman, I should say, Ashid Buttar, who wants to be, she's a congressional candidate in San Francisco, says Cori Bush is right. It's almost as if our entire country has been brainwashed to ignore our history. And then, of course, Maxine Waters, July 4th. And so the Declaration of Independence says all men are created equal. Equal to what? What men? Only white men. Isn't it something that they wrote in 1776 that African Americans are enslaved? They weren't thinking about us then, but they're thinking about us now. This is a woman who lives in a mansion, who has been a congresswoman for how many years? How bad has America been to her? Can you please explain that to me?
What do they want to do? What's the solution, Brian? Do they want to now just give all of our land back to the Native Americans? They want to give the Texas back to Mexico? Do they?
I ain't taking down shit. Thousands of videos and thousands of accounts.
401, Cancun.
401.
We dispatch an ambulance to 306.
I ain't taking down shit. Thousands of videos and thousands of accounts.
2 from ambulance 60. 60 go.
Joe Biden stumbles again. This time, he was asked about a cyber attack this weekend affecting 200 companies. Biden had to reach for the note cards.
Shut it off.
With the most recent attack by the Russians, would you say that this means
We're not
that
sure it's the Russians. I got a brief.
The shooter is wearing a red hoodie, black pants,
Can't come in. 60s are out metal support.
The rest of the city shot fired. Suspect was wearing a red hoodie, black band, and had on a mask, flashing at northbound from that location. 3.
X-ray 21 can come.
Hey, these dumb motherfuckers human trafficked me. Fucking, was it 1069? They fucking label you fucking crazy, dude. Hey, I used that shit to fucking collect Social Security, and I fucking got back pay.
Jumper.
When you got a piece of shit neighbor and his fucking family member is the chief of police, and the fucking piece of shit fucking neighbor is fucking a piece of shit, and you make him think that your fence is his fence, then you get the fucking police to commit treason and fucking do the Fourth Amendment thing, trespassing, breaking into people's shit. You get a new fence out of the deal, and you get to fucking sue the police for all that shit. They'll probably end up going to prison.
I get an ambulance for Mantino for an assist.
I just got my cashback match. Is this for real? Yeah. We match all the cashback new card members earn at the end of their first year automatically. Whoa, I got my money. It's hard to contain yourself, isn't it? Uh-huh. Let it go. Woo.
Get a dollar for dollar match at the end of your first year, only from Discover.
We heard from the governor of Washington this week talking about climate change as a permanent emergency. So my question is, how does the news media cover a permanent emergency?
Just treat it like your ratings, bozo.
33 minutes.
God bless you guys.
Can't cover Robert Davis District.
All right, I just got to check something. I just want to make sure I'm in the right place.
71 in a row.
Tell me,
Yeah,
who
right.
is your president? That's my president, too. Okay, I just want to make sure I was with friends and family, not with Antifa or BLM
Ambulance 62 on the scene. Engine 62.
or Democrat Socialist. Did anybody in here vote for Joe Biden? Do you guys really think he won? I didn't see this kind of support for a man that stayed in a basement for an entire year campaigning. Did you? No.
Here we go. Okay. Go live. Going live, and we are live. Awesome. Hello, all the humans. Welcome to the Humanist Society of Greater Phoenix Sunday Speaker event. Please hit the like button and subscribe to get more of our awesome content, or better yet, become a member of HSGP and volunteer for something that fills you with joy. Today's presentation aligns with the values of humanism by critical thinking, exercising our minds to build these skills.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back After Darkness. I am Q. So we finally have it. We finally have the name. I've been calling for months now for the name of the officer, the Capitol Police officer who was responsible for the murder of Ashley Babbitt, and we finally have it. So the name has come out. It is Lieutenant Mike Byrd. Lieutenant Mike Byrd. Now, first off, I want to understand, why is it that we're just now getting this name? Why is it that 6 months later, literally 6 months?
Hey, that dude who did that thing to you know who at the you know what, his name is Mike Byrd. Michael Byrd. Hey, that dude who did that thing to you know who at the you know what, his name is Mike Byrd.
Who's checking your status?
Ashley Babbitt, we found who murdered you.
Ambulance 2 CANCOM checking your status.
To the day later, we are just now getting, I'm sorry, oh my goodness, 7 months later to the day, we are just now getting this info. That is ridiculous, and you know good and well, had it been a white officer instead of a black officer, Mike Byrd, and had it been a black woman, a white officer, black woman, we would have known this name before we even knew the victim's name. But unfortunately, a white patriot was murdered by, and I don't care that I'm not going to jump to conclusions. I'm not going to say that this was racially motivated. I just think it was a dumb officer. I think that the officer had very little training, or I mean, how he got to be a lieutenant, I don't know. But I think that the officer did not rely on his training for certain. And he shot this woman, and regardless of the motivation of the shooting, the bottom line is she was unarmed and she was murdered, and we are not seeing the same level of scrutiny that we would have seen had she been a BLM supporter. And so I want to make sure that we get justice for this woman, for this patriot. She deserves justice, and I have been asking for it. I have been calling for it. And at least at this point, her husband has a name of someone who's responsible. But at the same time, he is still on duty. So he is still there. And the sergeant of arms, the Capitol Hill, the sergeant of arms, Timothy Blodgett, actually was responsible for accidentally releasing his name. And so Blodgett says, we're in close contact. The situation where you discussed, where Officer Byrd was at the door when Miss Babbitt was shot, it was our sergeant at arms employee who rendered the aid to her. So I'm not sure what's going to happen to the sergeant at arms, but I don't think he was supposed to give that information out. But I'm glad that the information is out. Now, you might remember this Byrd if you are a political junkie like I am. Back in 2019, there was an incident where a Glock pistol was left in the men's bathroom at the Capitol. Yes, And it was a big stir because we were trying to figure out where this came from. Well, it was actually Mr. Byrd, if you remember, who left his service pistol in the men's bathroom at
Mike Byrd, Washington, D.C.
CANCOM, Ursa Robert 6. Robert 6, good.
Michael Byrd, Washington, D.C.
One lift assist complete, back in service.
Deputy Executive Director.
CANCOM 65 is going to St. Mary. 65 St. Mary. CANCOM. Acre 143. You said they didn't run. Yeah, that Kathy Dissoon, 937 Hawthorne Lane, reference to a neighbor issue. In progress. outside of 1 ALS.
Ambulance 60 on Rock Riverside.
Okay, ambulance 71's on scene. Sailor on scene.
Ambulance 1 engine 4 needed 340 North Dearborn Apartment 208. First subject feeling weak. Ambulance 1 engine 4 needed 340 North Dearborn Apartment number 208. First subject feeling weak. Time is 8:12. Respond on 65.
Okay, engine 4 route. 340 North Dearborn.
4, time for a heavy amount, 340 North Dearborn, number 208. Okay, ambulance 1 route, 340 North Dearborn. Ambulance 1, time for your en route as well, 340 North Dearborn.
For North Dearborn.
And 4, time for heavy on the scene, 340 North Dearborn.
Can't come Robert 10. Robert 10, good. Can't come, we got a private line called in Miller Health here. Can you keep time for us? Okay, you're out to Miller.
Ambulance 110 on the scene.
Go ahead. Yeah, Career Center, just north of Bluegill. 8091, 28 Charles Queen, 76. Charles Queen, 79556. And Hyundai Sonata 1 occupant. For Career Center Road, can you 10-9 that cross street? 8091 Career Center. 91 Career Center. Three. I'm gonna be clear for profile. Somewhere. Can't come, 27. Yeah, the air view on the follow-up. Yeah, come over 10's gonna be on scene. We need that. Okay, over 10. Man, still available. Available. Continuing Bill 72 is back in district. Okay, 72. Campground 27, I'll be sorry. Type 126 issue. Campground 525 extra patrol. 16429. No need for status. Available.
It's time for.
DUI Bill 72 is back in quarters, station 2.
Habiday 1019. He wants to file a complaint against an officer that didn't file a report on his domestic battery case yesterday. Didn't provide any other information.
Definitely. Good.
Riverside, the 1017 wants a 21. The hospital only allowing 2 people in at a time to see her father. X-ray 32, Canton. Damage to property not in progress at 557 North Washington Avenue occurred overnight. Someone flattened tires on 3 vehicles.
you back in the station.
Ambulance 274, ABM quarters.
Okay, disregard on that. Thermal damage report, that's 50 on your now. Well, I'll send you a modified schedule. That's 50 will be here for death possibility. Okay, Calmax 27, travel stop. Looks like it'll be 932 Washington, I believe. It's in the alley behind Vaughn Outlet Mall. It's time for.
Come on.
5895.
You tell that, so modulation or something else.
B-Boy 2 Queen 58952.
So, it'll be about 932 South Washington behind the Vaughn in Kinky. Ambulance 1, engine 4 checking your status.
Before no need further.
Come for. Come for. Come for. I-352. Hey, test your desk report number for criminal damage to property out in progress for the 557 North Washington City.
Engine.
So 43 when you're 10 to be out that one, I another one pending for a stop not in progress. in reference to that stolen vehicle at 2524 South 8000 West from yesterday. We received a call that it may be at the Godly Water Plant. We advised Gurney County and they're checking it out. Can you come over 10 out at Riverside? $27 status.
Double. Okay, got name off one driver, so.
1048 at Riverside. 2021. They gave me a Chromebook that belongs to the high school. I'm going to take it back over there. 10-4. Three.
Right.
Abandoned 911 from Menard. Immediate hang up upon pickup. Now it's busy on callback. 1260 Christine.
Yeah.
By 23, you close to that. I'm right here at Myers Walmart. You can disregard. I'll run over there.
.27 status.
10-4, 10-6 issuing.
10-4.
Yeah, there.
Okay, 511.
Can't come, you can show 60 on the return. Ambulance 60 on the return.
Steady.
Good.
11.
Towards Greenwood on. Oh, it's 210, 4225. 210, 4225. The Black Deer up.
In Greenwood, 10-4 from Osborne and Cobb. How far? Definitely. Seven.
We cleared from the stop, 2 citations and 1 written warning were issued. Valid driver has it.
10-4.
Can't come 60's back in district available. Clear the call, thank you.
Ambulance 60, copy.
Yeah, 160's on fuel. Can't come 10-6. Not a citizen complaint at the time. They just wish to speak to the officer that handled the call about how he handled the call. They've been referred to second shift supervisor within office. Only second shift.
Three.
To be on paper, 451 West Cypress Street, part 2, off of 2808.
Ten 433, you're at 451 West Cypress. I'm ready for your 28.
122879, H2879.
Eight 779 comes back valid on a 2020 Chevy passenger car, black, to Malacca T. Brooks.
Okay, count 65, okay.
Thursday.
2020 Texas Road. Okay, count 427.
For David 27.
Stop 413 or 1129 East Merchant on follow up 30.
Okay.
If you know ambulance, somebody wants a Riverside. Yeah, I want everything.
You can go to the center.
650. Clear from that on our way. Attached to the next.
Take 12.
Advise information was given back in service.
Sorry.
TXL 27 traffic stop. Clear. Homer and Court, 1028, 815, 249, 815, 249. The gray Toyota. Homer.
I'm in your Homer.
$27. Who do you got? Moses Garcia. Yep. Am I coming through okay? I think I saw the radio pass yesterday. Hi, Andy. Turn down. I can hear you fine now. Okay, so I'm at Alma and Court. Alma and Court.
Jennifer, I got you Alma and Court.
Okay, I'm number 15 out of the 55. Oh, 15. Okay, come back to 15.
I 50.
Clear. Oh, well.
Some status.
Five 25, we clear. Can't come barely in the 46 in a row.
Ambulance 46, receive.
Go for ambulance 46.
Just acknowledging ambulance 46 on route.
Come forward. Can't come 525 extra control.
Go ahead.
17053. Okay, come. Kilo.
11.
Focus roll 300 South Skyler.
11 Kingdom. Took a call for loud and vulgar music in the area of Skylar and Station. $27.
Different stop, one citation to the driver, Ivan.
Jumper.
Ambulance 46 on scene. Ambulance 46 on scene. The Berry brothers are on their way. Tracy Erickson and another gentleman are cleaning up all the garbage. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Everyone go ahead.
Got it, Hopry.
Cover 33. 333. For 34 and I are going to be headed to either 365 or 355 South Poplar for an aggressive dog and a horse.
Okay, I got Robert 15. Station loaded. Be around to St. Mary's shortly. No need for status.
Yards all year round, especially around the 4th of July. Many people will put the flag up at home, on their cars, and even walk around with it. This year, though, some media actually said that flying the flag is a symbol of the division of America. On the eve of Independence Day, President Trump called on everyone to defend the freedom and independence that our previous generations paid for with their lives. Now, it is up to us to protect those hard-earned rights. One of the patriots who is doing that is President Trump's former advisor, Jason Miller. He launched a new social media platform called Getter on July 4th. Its aim is to uphold freedom of speech and to break the big tech monopoly. Okay, let's get into it. On July 3rd, President Trump spoke at the Save America rally in Sarasota, Florida. Although it was a rainy day, the rally was still a huge success. President Trump called on the left and their cancel culture to stop sabotaging America's cultural heritage and to stop destroying our beloved nation. He stated that the mission of all conservatives is to protect America and to resist the influence of leftist movements. I want to give you a brief highlight of President Trump's speech. And if you want to see the whole speech, I have left the link in the description below. President Trump began his speech by wishing everyone a happy 4th of July. He promised that Independence Day would not be canceled.
245 years of glorious American independence, and it will not be canceled, by the way. It won't be canceled. And we will teach young people across the country that George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, John Hancock will forever be American heroes.
President Trump condemned those on the anti-American left who are trying to destroy America's cultural heritage and to ruin the America that people love so much.
We're not going to let that happen. They will never be purged from history or canceled from our hearts. The mission for all of us here tonight is to preserve the legacy of July 4th, 1776. And to defend our liberty from the radical left movement that seeks to cancel this date, demolish our heritage, and destroy our beloved nation.
In less than 6 months, the leftist government opened America's borders to a massive influx of criminals.
And deliberate obliteration of America's borders and immigration laws is a crime against this nation. We will not stop and we will not rest until illegal policies are overturned, and there's so many of them.
In addition to border security, the most important thing is election integrity.
And this country's in big trouble when an election cannot be open, free, fair, and not stolen and rigged.
Many conservatives are frustrated and demoralized about the situation these days, but President Trump remains positive.
Our movement is up against some of the most sinister forces and entrenched interests that anyone can imagine. But no matter how big or how powerful they may seem, you must never forget, this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. Belongs to you. This land is your home, it's your history, it's your heritage, and our magnificent American liberty is your God-given right you fought for.
President Trump promised to pass on patriotism to the next generation of Americans.
We will restore patriotic education to our schools. And we will teach our children to love their country, honor our history, and to stand tall and strong for our great American flag.
Not giving up, not being pessimistic, and having a clear goal in the face of difficulties, this is the kind of leadership that Americans want and need.
There is no mountain we cannot climb, There is no summit we cannot reach. There is no enemy we cannot match. There is no challenge we cannot meet. There is nothing we cannot do. Because we are Americans and our hearts bleed red, white, and blue.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was unable to attend the rally since he was still focusing on the disaster in Surfside, Florida. He was helping victims deal with the aftermath. To date, 24 people are confirmed dead and 121 people are still missing from the collapse of the 12-story apartment building. As the cause of the collapse is still unclear, Governor Ron DeSantis vows that he will find the answer as soon as possible. The collapsed building, named Champlain Tower South, is located in Miami's Surfside suburb, part of Miami Beach's North Beach. It is roughly 150 feet from the beach. The building did not collapse all at once. First, the middle section facing south collapsed. 3 seconds later, the middle section facing north collapsed. Then, 5 seconds later, the section facing east also collapsed. A total of 55 condominium units were lost. Now, the remaining Surfside condo structure has been demolished ahead of a tropical storm. In the midst of tragedy, there have been some glimmers of hope. The miraculous experience of Ileana Monteagudo was one of them. Monteagudo had just moved to the Champlain Tower 6 months ago. On the night that the apartment building collapsed, for unexplained reasons, she put her pills and credit cards in her purse, then lit a candle for Lady Guadalupe, as she usually does every night. Lady Guadalupe is an important Catholic figure for Mexicans. She then went to bed. At about 1 a.m., she was suddenly awakened by a rare force. She thought it was the wind blowing from the balcony. So she walked to the living room and tried to close the balcony door. However, just as soon as she turned around, she saw a shocking crack in the ceiling that was rapidly snaking down the wall and opening up quickly. A voice inside her said, "Run." So she immediately put on what clothes she could find, grabbed her phone and purse, blew out the candles, and ran out the apartment. She knew she couldn't take the elevator, but she also didn't know that the emergency exit stairs were right next to her unit, so she went to the furthest set of stairs. However, as she ran down the 6th floor stairs, she heard the tower that she lived in come crashing down. Her son said that if she had taken the set of stairs closest to her, she likely would have been crushed to death. This kind of thing is difficult to explain by human logic, but it gives us assurance that in the universe, there are forces beyond human control. Before we move on, Front Page continues to be demonetized and censored by YouTube since January 20th, the day that Biden took office. However, we will not give up our...
I may have moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis, but we are so much more. We're team players and artists, designers and do-it-yourselfers.
Fight to bring you the truth. So please consider supporting us by donating to our donor box or join us on our membership site where we have exclusive segments and sensitive content that we cannot post on YouTube. Your support really does help us to continue to grow and to tell you the truth. Okay, let's get back into it. With free speech increasingly squeezed in the United States, President Trump promises to reclaim this God-given right for everyone.
We will break up big tech, reject left-wing cancel culture, and we will restore the right to free speech in America again, which we don't have. We will protect innocent life. We will defend our Constitution. We will defend the Second Amendment, and we will proudly uphold the Judeo-Christian values and principles of our nation's founding.
President Trump's supporters are also helping to make this happen. Former Trump advisor Jason Miller officially launched a new social media platform called Getter on July 4th, hoping to replace the monopoly of left-wing big tech companies like Twitter and Facebook. Miller left President Trump's team in recent days and is now the chief executive of the venture. Miller told the media, "I think a lot of people understand in the United States the desire and need for a new social media platform that's founded on the principles of free speech, independent thought, rejecting censorship and cancel cultures." Getter's logo is a burning torch, and its tagline is a marketplace of ideas. Miller said the July 4th launch date is symbolic because Getter is independent from social media monopolies, independent from cancel culture, and it embraces free speech. Our launch on Sunday is very much intentional. The platform, he claimed, has superior technology to other conservative-leaning alternatives. The platform was briefly hacked on Sunday, just hours after it was officially launched, when more than 500,000 people had signed up. Accounts belonging to several prominent users, including former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, even Miller himself, and Newsmax were apparently hacked, according to screenshots circulating online. The accounts' profiles were changed to show the same message. At Juba Baghdad was here, free Palestine. However, it didn't last long. After less than 2 hours, those accounts were back to normal. Baghdad told the website that he hacked the accounts just for fun, adding that Getter's team should not publish the website before making sure everything, or at least almost everything, is secure. But Miller said the hack was detected and dealt with within minutes. Over the weekend, the system was experiencing a delay due to an unusual amount of online users' registration activity. It looks like it is very popular already. In comparison, let's see how the left commemorated this Independence Day. The New York Times published an article on July 3rd suggesting that the American flag has become a symbol of a divisive America. In response, some Americans responded that since the New York Times hates America so much, it should move out of the country and operate elsewhere.
At UBreak iFix, we diagnose any electronic device for free and promise to keep you informed.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is heading to Guatemala today. He is set to meet with his counterparts in the Guatemalan government to discuss the two countries' shared priorities. This, as Ohio Governor Mike DeWine announcing he's going to send 14 state troopers to aid efforts at the southern border. I want to bring in Arizona Congressman and House Judiciary Committee member Andy Biggs. Congressman, good morning. The numbers that we're seeing, in particular with regards to arrests of criminals at the border, those numbers are rising at an alarming rate. Why is this continuing?
Well, it's continuing because there is no change in policy from the Biden administration. They are effectively running an open border. There are things they could do to slow this thing down almost immediately. But Secretary Mayorkas has not done anything. Vice President Harris, when she went down there, she did nothing. They are not dealing with the immediate problem, and that's at the border, and you close it up, whether it's building the fence, reinstating Mexico, remaining Mexico policy, and the Northern Triangle states, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras, those agreements that we had with them. I mean, these are important things that gave us operational control under the Trump administration that this administration has said we're not going to do any longer, whether it's Title 42, et cetera. I mean, all of these policies were taken away, and you get what your policies promote. And our policies promote an open border right now. Not ours, but I mean the Democrats in this administration.
What is your prediction on Title 42? Because we had Tom Homan on the show just a few minutes ago, and he said he thinks it's there. He thinks it's happening.
Well, I agree with him. I think that they're going to take down Title 42, and Title 42, for folks don't know, that allowed the Border Patrol agents to turn away people due to health concerns. And those health concerns have not gone away, but the Biden administration weakened that considerably, and now they're talking about removing it altogether, and I think they're going to do that. And that together with the remaining Mexico policy going away is part of the reason that we have basically 6,000 people coming in that we're apprehending every day coming into our country illegally.
Yeah, the criminal element. Steve Forbes, get in here.
Congressman, in terms of the open border, do you think the fact that people like Governor DeWine in Ohio and others, Governor Abbott, are taking action themselves will truly make this a national issue? The Biden administration seems to think, other than some border towns, the rest of the country is not going to notice.
Well, I think it will certainly elevate it. Yeah, I think it will elevate the spotlight on the border crisis. But right now, the left-stream media is not even covering this really, so people aren't feeling it. But I will tell you that as criminality keeps going up, as violence in our communities keep going up, as opioids keep coming across the border, and they're pouring across right now, it will be impactful through the whole country, and that's going to make this a national problem, which I think we're already there. But until the media starts covering it, it's going to be a problem.
Well, I think a lot of, I have to say that, obviously we're talking about it here, but I will say there are other, media groups that are starting to kind of pick up on this. I think it's starting to get out there more. I will say this, though, at least, that when it comes to crime, that's the one story that is not being focused on enough. I want to move to that now because, and this is incredible, you've got these stores in California that are ramping up security efforts amid a rise in retail crime. You had Target, they had to adjust their hours in San Francisco. Some locations now closing at like 5 p.m. You had Walgreens completely closing some locations, telling their security guards not to engage with shoplifters. You had Chicago with their deadliest and most violent weekend this year. 99 people shot, Congressman. We're talking about it. Nobody else seems to be, and it's getting worse. Why is the president not doing more to address this issue?
Well, again, I think it's because the Democrat Party is gone so far and been so radicalized to the left. This is part and parcel of the defund police movement for sure. All these are these horrific shootings and the increase in violent crime is happening in Democrat-controlled cities, including cities that have supposedly incredible gun control laws. But it isn't just the defund police movement. You have prosecutors who are not charging, prosecutors who are not prosecuting cases. And all of that kind of fits into this mantra of sanctuary cities. You've got people being let out early who are violent criminals. You have illegal aliens due to sanctuary laws are being let out. All of that produces an increase in violent crime. Incentives work. We don't have deterrence in some of these cities right now. And so that's why you see the retailers. They're in a real tough shape because if their security engages and somebody gets hurt, there's going to be a lawsuit that shuts them down, bad publicity, all those things that they are concerned about. At the same time, they're getting ripped off.
Yeah, Patrice, you mentioned that earlier, or it might have been Steve, but that these companies don't want the bad press. They don't want to be, they're worried about the activists on social media. Plus the fact that, you commit a crime, just go out and do it again. And the criminals know this, Patrice. That's what kills me here, is that the criminals know they're not going to face consequences. That's why it's getting worse.
Well, they've been emboldened because of that. They know that they'll get a slap on the wrist if anything. But Congressman Biggs, I noticed that you sent a letter to your colleagues on the subcommittee on crime and homeland security, asking for a discussion about this rise in crime. And from what I understand, they're focused more on domestic terrorism. So where are the priorities for Congress right now when it comes to crime?
Well, you're exactly right. I think if you take a look at last weekend, it makes anything that they think is domestic terrorism pale. You have more violence every weekend from just generic crime in these cities that are run by my Democrat colleagues. But so we've asked for these hearings. We just can't get them to move. They're the ones that control Congress right now, so they control the hearings. And we're asking for those hearings, and we're trying to elevate this into a national issue because we think it is a national issue. But they're focused instead on white nationalism and domestic terrorism.
99 shootings in Chicago. Unbelievable. Congressman Andy Biggs. Congressman, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The NSA spying. Tucker Carlson Tonight host Tucker Carlson said last week on his program that he has information from a whistleblower showing that the NSA is spying on him and planning to leak sensitive communications to get his show canceled. Tucker joins us right now. Tucker, it's great to have you this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, yeah. You are the only people I get up for, Maria. It's an honor to be here. Yeah, you don't go on TV lightly to say the government is spying on me because you sound like a crazy person. And of course, you would never say that unless you knew that it was true. And I did know that it was true almost accidentally. I was in Washington for a funeral last week and ran into someone I know well who said, I have a message for you. and then proceeded to repeat back to me details from emails and texts that I sent and had told no one else about. So it was verified, and this person said, look, the NSA has this, and that was proven by the person repeating back the contents of the email, and is going to use it against you. Now, to be totally blunt with you, I would never have said this in public if it was something I felt was wrong or illegal or immoral. They don't actually have anything on me, but they do have my email. So I knew they were spying on me. And again, to be totally blunt with you, as a defensive move, I thought I better say this out loud because I have no other way to defend myself. I'm just an American citizen. I don't have, any position of official authority, but I do have a megaphone, so I should say this out loud. And I did. And the NSA didn't deny it. Then yesterday, I learned that, and this is going to come out soon, that the NSA leaked the contents of my email to journalists in an effort to discredit me. I know because I got a call from one of them saying, oh, this is what your email was about. So it is not in any way a figment of my imagination. It's confirmed. It's true. They're not allowed to spy on American citizens. They are. I think more ominously, they're using the information they gather to put leverage and to threaten opposition journalists, people who criticize the Biden administration. It's happening to me right now. And I think it's shocking. And I don't think we should put up with it in a free country.
It's worse than shocking. This is the stuff of banana republics and third world countries. Tucker, there's no way that anybody else saw those emails. And this whistleblower relayed to you exactly what was in your communication. And there's no way anybody else could have seen those emails.
There was one other person who knew that I sent the email, and it was my executive producer, Justin Wells. That's it. And I didn't mention it to anybody else, including my wife. I mean, there's just no possibility that anyone else could have known. And then again, yesterday, I got a call right before air, like 7:15, from a journalist I know and like. Not many left, but I do like this person. And he repeated back to me what's in my email. He got it because the NSA had leaked it. So yes, it's entirely real. And I thought long and hard before saying it because, your credibility is the currency, of course, if you're on television and you don't want to seem delusional or like a conspiracy nut or a crazy person. I try to be fact-based, to the extent that we can and not be crazy and not say things that we can't prove. But this is actually true. And by the way, they essentially confirmed it. I had a shouting match last week with NSA officials where I asked them point blank. They said, well, you're not a target of an investigation, which is a term of art used in the so-called intel community. And I said, stop with your BS. Were you reading my emails or weren't you? Well, we're not going to respond to that. Really? You're not going to tell me whether you're reading my emails. Clearly you were. Why can't you tell me? We can't respond to that. So in other words, they won't answer your questions. They won't tell you why they won't answer your questions. And it's just like, shut up and obey, surf. They don't owe you an explanation. And my view is I'm a 52-year-old American citizen who pays his taxes and obeys the law. You can't treat me like I'm a peasant. I'm an American citizen. This is a republic. Like you can't talk to me that way. You can't talk to any American citizen that way. Who do you think you are? You running your own country or something? No, you're a federal bureaucrat.
Unbelievable.
And you owe me an explanation. That's my opinion. I'm sorry. I've lived here my whole life. I feel like they owe that to me.
Yeah, and the statement that we just put on the screen from the NSA.
Can you smell the baked crust? Hear your first bite? Feel the cheesy edges? See the perfectly placed toppings? Can you taste the mind-blowing flavor of a Detroit-style pizza? Don't you wish it was right in front of you? Jets, better because it has to be.
NSA again doesn't deny it, but plays word games and says what the NSA does in terms of monitoring foreigners.
Right. That's exactly right. And what's so striking to me is, look, I'm out of step with most people in journalism in Washington. Most of them are defenders of the Biden administration. They see themselves as Democratic Party operatives, et cetera, et cetera. But we're still all journalists. I mean, our job is still roughly the same to gather information and give it to our readers and viewers. And this is a massive threat, not simply to me and my show or you and your show, but to journalism itself, to the idea of a free press. You can't have a free press if the intel agencies are secretly spying on you and then using that information to threaten you and to control you. Like this is a huge problem for the country. And yet I don't think there was, outside of, say, Glenn Greenwald, I don't think there was anybody who stood up and said, wait a second, this is a huge problem for all of us. Instead, they made excuses for the NSA. Well, you must have been, emailing with threatening foreign actors. Well, I'm allowed to email with anyone I want,
I'll be
for
out
one
at the
thing.
courthouse.
I'm a journalist, and I'm an American, more importantly. It's none of your business who I'm emailing with. If you think I'm committing a crime, then charge me with it.
21.
And if I'm not committing a crime, then please leave me alone. I have a right to communicate in private with other people because I'm, again, an American citizen and a human being. But journalists made excuses for this behavior, for the intel agencies' criminal behavior. It's like mind-boggling to me.
And this is exactly why we wanted you on this program, because we agree with you. This is wrong. It must be stopped. And the politicizing of all of these government agencies is out of control, from the NSA to the Department of Defense to the IRS. Now, do you think that the NSA is doing this on their own, or is it being directed by the Biden administration?
Well, they are part of the Biden administration, though they seem to operate independently of any political control. I mean, again, in the U.S. government, all the power rests with the people who were elected because this is supposed to be a democracy. No agency is supposed to act independently of elected officials, period. So, I don't know. Here's what I do know, and I know it on direct authority, that the NSA routinely gives information on American citizens to the Justice Department, to the FBI, which it then uses in its intel division. Now, that's illegal. They're not allowed to spy on American citizens. That law has been on the books for a long time. The NSA is designed to monitor foreign communications from our potential enemies, from people who threaten the United States, not from American citizens. But it is routine, and I got this from 2 FBI agents, who would know, not just field guys who work at headquarters. This is a daily thing. Yes, we get information from the NSA on Americans, and we use it in our investigations. Really? What? And there's supposed to be oversight of this by the Congress, by the Intel Committee. And there's not. I spoke to a member of the Intel Committee 3 years ago who told me to my face that he was being spied upon by the NSA and CIA. This is not this is not a homeless guy in the subway. This is a sitting member of the Intel Committee who said the people he was supposed to be overseeing were spying on him, and there's nothing he can do about it. That's a totally dysfunctional, out of control third world system. The last administration did not fix it to their, I'm sorry to say it, but they didn't. And they should be embarrassed of that. They should have. And this administration is benefiting from it. Somebody needs to step up and say, this is scary, and we have to stop it now.
Well, not as embarrassed as the administration before, in the Obama administration, where you had significant spying going on. And in the last election, the intelligence agencies were used to disaster one candidate. Let's not forget the garbage dossier and the fact that they used that dossier to take down Donald Trump. And it was all an idea from Hillary Clinton's foreign policy advisor. And yet we still don't have the media calling this out, away from Fox News and Fox Business and some in the Wall Street Journal. So why wouldn't they spy and abuse their power, Tucker, when they know that there are no consequences for it?
Well, that's such a wise point. One of the reasons they don't want to pursue the story is because they would have to concede, in effect, that Trump was right, that he was being spied on by the Department of Justice and by the CIA. Now, I have to say, not only are the media not doing their job, which is to push back against the abuse of power on behalf of the country and its citizens, but they're participating in it. Ben Smith of BuzzFeed, who is now a columnist at the New York Times, when he ran BuzzFeed, uncritically the entire dossier. Basically, he took an intel dump from the spy agencies and just ran it, just took their propaganda and just kind of put it out there for political reasons. He was willingly used by these actors. And that is kind of exactly the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing as a journalist. You're not supposed to be a tool of some creepy federal intel agency. That's kind of not your job, but that's what he did and many did.
Yeah. And unfortunately, during the Trump era, the journalists out there, quote unquote, should be ashamed of their unwillingness, and they were incapable of actually covering fairly. I want to take a break, but I want to talk to you more about this and also get your take on what you're seeing from government agencies, big tech, and the Chinese Communist Party, because it's all looking really very similar right now. We've got to get into it. We're talking with Tucker Carlson this morning. We are also going to get news on his latest episode of his Fox Nation series, Tucker Carlson Originals. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm back with Tucker Carlson, who has been spied on by the NSA. They do not deny spying. They will not admit to it either. But he has had the courage to call out hypocrisy. And Tucker, now we're seeing this partnership with big tech and big government as these agencies are obviously getting politicized. I want to get your take on this New Zealand University professor. He says Twitter temporarily restricted her account after she mocked Chinese President Xi Jinping. This professor was making fun of the CCP's 100th anniversary celebrations, and 2 of her tweets were marked unavailable. Your take on why Twitter would make her tweets unavailable because she said something that Xi Jinping did not like?
Well, because they finally pulled off the mask. I mean, it's, if you want to know who's in charge, who can't you criticize? And of course, the Chinese are ultimately who the tech companies care about. And it's kind of, I mean, Jack Dorsey doesn't need any more money. He's the kind of nose-ringed ayahuasca enthusiast who runs Twitter, but he's actually a very powerful person in American life. A lot of our most important conversations unfold on Twitter, unfortunately, but that's true. So he has a lot of control over speech in this country, and he cares much more about what the Chinese government thinks, and I think it's a business consideration, and he cares about the ability of normal people to exercise their right of free speech. But it's shocking, and you kind of wonder, like, where's the Congress in this? So most of us, I mean, you and I have platforms, thank heaven, so we have some recourse. If we're wronged, we can say so on TV, and lots of people can hear about it. But in the end, we don't have real power. We can't change laws. We can't command troops. The only people who can stand up for free speech in the Western world right now are Republicans in the U.S. Congress. I mean, that's really, it's kind of left to them. And unfortunately, most of them are very mediocre and dumb and afraid, but they have to step up because there's nobody else to step up. There's no one else to protect, again, not just the right of Americans, but of the entire West to say what is true and to push back against entrenched power. Like, where are they? Why are they allowing this? Seriously.
But isn't it really a sorry state of affairs when journalists are not even sticking up for free speech?
No.
I mean, look at this. The CCP is surveilling its citizens every day. Now we see little pockets of situations similar, like Tucker Carlson getting spied on by the NSA. Are there no journalists left to actually call out this hypocrisy aside from us? I mean, we have been spotlighting and calling out the CCP for so many years now, but it has gotten dangerous. Do they not recognize who they are in bed with just because they've got dollar signs in their eyes to sell to 1.4 billion people? And big tech is just the beginning of it. Don't even get me started about the financials.
That's right. Because people's lowest instinct, this is an ugly feature of human nature, is to suck up to power, to kiss up and spit down, unfortunately. And part of what it means to be a dignified adult is to fight back against those instincts, protect the weak, fight the powerful when appropriate. I mean, that's kind of our job. And journalists, ultimately, it's not even a left-right question. They suck up to those in charge and they hurt those below them. And I think it's really ignoble. I think it's disgusting, honestly.
You are putting a spotlight on all of this in your new series, your Fox Nation series, as well as every night on Tucker Carlson Tonight. But tell me about Tucker Carlson Originals. You're out with a new episode. Surviving Disorder deals with regular Americans who experienced anarchy and risked everything for the safety and security of themselves or their families. We have a clip. Let's show it, and then I want to hear about it. Watch.
Go ahead. Yeah, well, it was 2005 when my guns were confiscated right here. I didn't really have any say on them. All you see on the news is people looting and, walking down the street with guns and TV sets and all of this. I got kind of scared. I wanted to come back and get my gun collection. A lot of people don't think like their gun can be taken. It can happen. Yeah, it did happen.
Such an important episode as Joe Biden chooses guns as his way to fight the crime, which is spiking because of his and the Democrats' policies. Tell us more about the episode.
Look, the police go away, and they're going away across the country. They're quitting because they're discouraged or they're too afraid to enforce the law, or they're being literally defunded in a lot of places. So where does that leave you? Crime rates go up. There's more disorder. There's more chaos. How do you protect yourself? Well, that's your most fundamental right, the right to self-defense. But in case after case that we looked at in the LA riots of 1992, Katrina in 2005, and most recently the riots over the summer, politicians have stepped in and stripped people's right to defend themselves and just left them basically to the mob. It's terrifying. It's accelerating this attack on the most basic right of all, which is of self-defense. And so we thought we would chronicle it in this documentary. We talked to people who've lived through anarchy, and there are a lot of them, it turns out, in this country. And you should know about it, because that could be you in the direction this country is going. So it's pretty simple and worth watching.
21, can't come.
Tucker, is there anything else you can do aside from talking about the spying going on the air? Is there any other way you can fight back?
I can't emphasize this enough. The reason I did not, this is not something I wanted to talk about. I'll talk about my emails. I don't want to seem like I'm, a lunatic. The only reason I said this on TV was because I felt so threatened that I didn't feel I had a choice. I mean, what's my other recourse? I'm a talk show host, so I talked about it. And I really felt I had to. And I'm going to continue doing that and keep pushing the Republicans in the Congress to do something about it. Their job is to provide oversight of these agencies, these incredibly powerful agencies. They're not doing that. And I'm going to keep pushing them until they do, because I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, and they keep getting politicized. Tucker, thanks very much for your work. Great to see you this morning.
On your 28.
Thanks, Maria.
Either way.
Let us
Getting a
bring in
return
our
on
very
your
distinguished
28.
guest, New York Congresswoman and House GOP Conference Chair, Elise Stefanik. Elise, it's great to see you. Thanks for coming back. Happy Independence Day to you, ma'am. And I want to get your take. I think this poll, which will be released formally in the days ahead, is very significant. When people consider the threat of job losses, all of a sudden they don't like higher taxes. And so I'm recommending to you that this is an argument that you all should be using much more, and citing the distinguished economic models that are predicting job losses. What you think?
Good.
I agree with you, Larry. Republicans are going to focus on economic growth and focus on how we are the party of tax cuts and not tax hikes. As you pointed out, President Biden has proposed trillions and trillions of dollars of new taxes, whether it's increasing the rate of the debt tax through the step up, or whether it's getting rid of our tax sovereignty and farming it out to Europeans, which puts American workers and American companies at a disadvantage. It's particularly troubling, Larry, because we're coming out of a pandemic and we still have over 9 million Americans who are unemployed. We need to focus on job creation, not policies such as higher taxes, which will lead to job losses. And I think the polling is quite interesting. This resonates not just with Republicans, but with Democrats and independents as well. I know in my district, at this time, particularly as Americans are facing inflation, the highest rate since 2008, the last thing they want is higher taxes.
Here you see, it's funny. Now, as you would guess, President Biden advocating for his higher taxes, he advocates for so-called racial equity, redistributionism. That crowd doesn't talk about growth. But I think that you might consider, this is just a suggestion, Kudlow, it's a free advice. You take it or not. But some of these economic models, this is, very reputable outfits. In other words, Biden says, well, we think this. I think you got to put the tax foundation up there. You got to put the Wharton Penn model is very interesting. University of Pennsylvania, Wharton Business School, very good B school, of course. And the National Association of Manufacturers, their model comes from Rice Institute in Texas, or Rice University now, which is a hell of an impressive place. I would quote them. They're all showing, by the way, about a 1 to 1.5% loss in the economy and jobs over the next 10 years. I would say, I know we have to emphasize spending, and there's too much spending going on, but at least don't forget the tax side. And when you get to taxes, it's about jobs.
I believe it's still out of Iroquois.
Absolutely, you're right, Larry. And we are going to be quoting those studies, particularly the Tax Foundation. I've been meeting with members of the Republican members of Ways and Means, and this is a focus. This is a message area that Republicans, again, it not only appears to our party, but to independents and Democrats as well. When you talk about the impact of tax hikes on job losses, again, coming out of a pandemic or any time in American history, Americans do not want to see job losses. They want to see economic growth.
Now, Elise Stefanik, what's the latest deal on the reconciliation infrastructure stuff? I'm reading an article, I believe it was in the Washington Times today, maybe the Examiner, I don't know. But the so-called family cabinet, Biden has a family cabinet that includes the Treasury Secretary on down, I suppose. But they're out there hustling for reconciliation as well as infrastructure. In other words, they have not given up on the Green New Deal or the family infrastructure, which is, of course, where the tax hikes come into play. So I don't think they've changed their stripes, even though the president seemed to walk it back. What do you think? What are you hearing?
My assessment is that President Biden killed any chance for a bipartisan infrastructure bill, despite the fact that he announced his support the day after. He then announced a veto unless it had the Democrats' larger behemoth package attached to it to reconciliation. They walked that back, but then they put out White House senior advisors, and they wouldn't answer yes or no whether President Biden would sign a truly bipartisan infrastructure deal. What we saw last week when we were in session is Democrats put on the floor a highly partisan infrastructure bill, not paid for. 1 out of every $2 went to Green New Deal programs. And that's just not where the American people are. Republicans have put forth our infrastructure plan that's using the unused COVID funds. So again, that's the pay for, whereas Democrats don't want to talk about the pay for their bill. And ultimately, we know it's the American taxpayers that are going to pay for this. So I agree with you, Larry. My assessment is there's going to be so much pressure from the left that we will not see a bipartisan infrastructure package. And the person who will be held accountable for that is President Joe Biden.
Elise, when's this going to play out legislatively? You need a budget resolution. Right? I mean, I've been through this a couple of times in my occasional careers in the government. You need a budget resolution. I don't see a budget resolution. I do see an infrastructure package, but I see a very vague one without many specifics on spending or pay-fors. So in your judgment, you're part of the leadership now. Congrats as always. But when is this going to play out? What's the timeline?
Well, it's a great question, Larry. Of course, we will go back into session for a few more weeks in July before our August work period. And Democrats have a long, long to-do list. The challenge they're going to face is they have far left members of their party and then members who are less further to the left, but are pretty progressive. It is going to be a challenge for them to pass their budget. And what the budget, I think, from the Democrats' perspective is going to be, spending no end in sight, a budget that will not come to balance. But I think you're going to see this pressure mount in July. If they can get it done is really an open question. What's important for your viewers to know is Republicans are the only party that put forth a budget that actually balances in our lifetime. And that's something that we need to stand strong for. But we've also, as I said, put forth an infrastructure bill that actually invests in infrastructure, roads, waterways, bridges, not the Green New Deal progressive priorities that the left has put forward.
You know, if you did it right, and you had a slimmed down infrastructure bill, really. I mean, I know this pretty well because we tried to fight this battle when I was in the White House. Frankly, Elise, you could bond out everything. You do sell local bonds, state and local bonds with 30 or 50-year maturities. That matches the infrastructure efficiency, if you will. You're essentially swapping out an asset for a liability. You don't need any darn taxes at all. And everybody knows that. Everybody knows that if it were a decent bill. I mean, that's just the long and the short. Let me ask you one last thing before I lose you. This is an unfair question, but what the heck? Will the SALT tax deduction be restored in any bill?
Well, the challenge with what Democrats have put forth in the SALT deduction is they want a tax hike at the highest rate. And they also have infighting within their own party. So I don't think they get that done. I think, again, it's just a heavy, heavy lift. And they have issues within their own party. The far left is really controlling where the Biden administration, Nancy Pelosi, how they're running the policymaking process, which is why you've seen Joe Biden basically kill the infrastructure deal. On the SALT issue as well, the administration hasn't taken an explicit position on that. But again, the Democrats' bills that they have put forward to deal with salt raise that top rate. So that is a tax hike. You know, I've come from New York. We have high taxes. We need to cut taxes at the state level to make sure that we address this double taxation issue that New Yorkers are facing.
There you go. Well said. Lee Stefanik, as always, great to see you. Thanks very much for your...
A host of experience that I think very few people can. Secretary Pompeo has been a soldier. He has been an attorney. He has been a business leader. He has been an elected official. He has run our intelligence, and now he is our chief diplomat. He's also slightly competitive. I found reading about him, everything he does, he wants to do it well. He wants to be best in class. So when he went to West Point, he graduated first in his class. And then when he went to Harvard for law school, he was editor of the Law Review, which is one of the biggest honors for a law school student at Harvard. When he served our military, I think it caught you at a very interesting time, patrolling up and down the Iron Curtain in between West Germany and East Germany, and right before the fall of the Berlin Wall. And as we were trying to figure out earlier, he may be, we don't know this, but he may be the first person who's been the head of the State Department, having been director of the CIA, which what an interesting perspective that would give you. So with that background is absolutely really it's fascinating background, and I'm incredibly honored on behalf of all of us at Georgia Tech to welcome, and please join me for a warm welcome to the Secretary of State of the United States, Secretary Pompeo, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for that kind introduction. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. I love having the liberal arts dean back there. It was always a big challenge when I was in school, making sure I got the periods, the paragraphs, everything just right. I like the math, zeros and ones. President Cabrera, thanks for the very warm introduction that you gave me today. I want to personally thank you and Lynn for hosting our entire team here. When I come, it's not always simple, and especially in these times, it's even trickier with all the requirements. Thank you for getting that right, and thank you too to all the leaders here at Georgia Tech and students. Those of you watching virtually, I appreciate you joining me for what I hope will be a good conversation today. I have some opening remarks, and then President Cabrera and I will have a chance to have a lively conversation. I know we have a couple special guests, some good friends. Former Congressman Phil Gingrey's here. Phil, good to see you. Senator Chambliss, thank you too. When I was nominated to be the CIA director, Senator Chambliss was so gracious. He'd spent so much time in the intelligence community. You were so gracious to me to help me figure out what was up and what was down, and I deeply appreciate that. It's good to see you.
911 Miss Silent 9718 West State Highway 17.
I graduated from the United States Military Academy at West Point,
We're trying to get
studying engineering, although I joke, don't drive across a bridge that I had anything to do with. It's been an awfully long time. Some of my classmates ended up in the Army Corps of Engineers. I happened to command a cavalry unit. But I can tell you math matters an awful lot when you're bore sighting the cannon of an M1A1 tank. And I'll say too, even the State Department, you talked about people leaving this institution going on to careers in diplomacy.
No problem.
One of the first things that came across my desk as Secretary of State was there was an important dam across a bridge in Iraq, and it was in trouble. And we were trying to figure out, could we figure out how to save it? Could we figure out how to deploy resources in a difficult place? And we had the best engineers in the U.S. government, some of whom worked for me at the United States Department of State, trying to figure out the best solution, the best contractor to bring in, how we would do this to protect Baghdad and the downstream places in this historic Euphrates River Valley and the Tigris River Valley from potential flooding should the dam collapse. So all you engineers out there, state.gov, go to the website, take a good look at it. We would welcome your career in the United States Department of State. Now, I'm not lost. I know this is Georgia the state, not Georgia the country. But it's important that I come here to talk about the topic that I have in front of us today, because this is the place where American national security intersects deeply with the things that happen at important research institutions like this one. I thought I'd start with a quick story by way of explanation. Professor Fei-Ling Wang is with us here today. Professor, I didn't see you. Welcome. Nice to see you. Several years ago, Professor Wang took a trip to China where he was scooped up by security agents inside China. He was held in a secret location for 2 weeks. Professor Wang was interrogated and threatened. They wanted information about his research about China and his time teaching at my alma mater, West Point. He could tell you the stories better than I could, but they thought they could intimidate him or perhaps recruit him because he's ethnically Chinese. It's a blessing he's here with us today, and thankfully was released after pressure from the leadership, lots of places, including this very university and the Carter Center. The lesson I think that we can take away from this is clear. It's that the Chinese Communist Party wants what we have, and they will do whatever they must do to take it and get it. They will steal our stuff. They will pressure critics of the Chinese Communist Party to keep quiet. They will do whatever it takes. And it's important to come and talk with the American people about this, because Americans must know how the Chinese Communist Party is poisoning the well of our higher education institutions for its own ends, and how those actions degrade our freedoms and American national security. If we don't educate ourselves, if we're not honest about what's taking place, we'll get schooled by Beijing. Now, it's taken this country and indeed the entire free world a long time to understand the trajectory that China is on today. In fact, we're not quite there yet everywhere in the world. There's no one to hold accountable for this. That's not the important part. Because for a long time, Republicans, Democrats, leaders all across academia, institutions, commercial space, thought that by trading and engaging with China, that the Chinese Communist Party would reform itself, it would loosen up, it would embrace economic and political freedom, and it would present less risk to freedom around the world. But instead, that's not what we got. Instead, the Chinese communists used the wealth that was created by this to tighten their grip on power. Their grip on power over the Chinese people. To build a high-tech,
PD is on scene. They're
repressive
saying they
state
do not want an
like the world
ambulance.
has
They
never
want
seen.
to transport themselves for that dislocated arm.
General Secretary Xi Jinping has made clear his intentions. You only have to listen to what he says. He says he wants total control at home and to make China the #1 power abroad.
You know, it's too simple.
And he's well on his way to working on that project. He's building up the People's Liberation Army. He's manipulating international organizations for Beijing's benefit. And he's engaging, as we have seen in TV only just these last 2 days, he's engaging in a vast influence campaign all across the world. And that may, for some of you sitting at home today, seem like a long ways away and very ambitious touch for Xi Jinping to make. But I must say, he has his eye on each and every one of us. Over the past year, I've talked to America's governors in Washington about this, state legislators in Wisconsin, tech leaders in Silicon Valley, many other groups. I've gone out to talk to them about this challenge. And today, I want to talk about what's happening in schools across America, especially research institutions in places like where I'm standing today.
Talk to the superintendent on the site. There was just one truck that was blocking the road. They did have a flagger. They should not have any problems.
Cancer cures.
Construction site.
We are.
Then I
And it's not North Korean biochemists that are producing safe COVID vaccines. We are. And Iranians aren't ahead in supercomputing. No, in fact, we are. It is the free world and free peoples that produce these superior results. And we should be very proud of that fact. But we have an obligation to protect it, to preserve it, to make sure that that's the case 10 and 50 and 100 years from now. Because on places like this campus, scientists have pioneered quantum computing, artificial intelligence, pediatric technology, even autonomous robots that can function without human control. And I must say that frightens me just a bit. Look, the Chinese Communist Party knows it can never match our innovation. A state-owned enterprise, it's an authoritarian regime that is a government-centric focus.
I was just wondering if there was anybody at
That's why it says
1019. There's a lady there that
400,000
wants to
students
report
a
a
year
theft that I believe
to
it's
the United
occurred in a
States of
different
America to
city.
study. 400,000 students a year studying in our universities come from one country. It is no accident. Much of the high-end industrial base inside of China is based on stolen technology or technology purchased from other nations.
Yeah, for the
It's not
intercom
homegrown.
cut out, but we believe it occurred in Stella,
Beijing
Illinois.
doesn't want Chinese researchers to stay here in the United States. Indeed, after they're trained, they want them to come back. They want to induce their return for the singular purpose of serving the socialist motherland. Look, the party's propaganda apparatus cannot tolerate pesky Americans or Chinese nationals exposing its bankrupt system, or the fact that the Chinese people can actually flourish when they are in free
S321 was
societies.
the vehicle in F350.
It doesn't want you to know what I'm about to tell you. Now, let's be clear. I want to be sure that my language is precise today. When I say China, I'm talking about the Chinese Communist Party. I love and value, as we all do, our Chinese American community and the Chinese people that live here in the United States and those that live in China as well. We want good things for them. And I say genuinely, because as of cases like Xin Wang, a researcher at the University of California, San Francisco, who allegedly lied about being a People's Liberation Army officer, all the while collecting information on UCSF labs. The good news is the FBI nabbed him, and Xi Xiong studied electrical engineering at Illinois Institute of Technology in Chicago. Tried to enlist in the United States Army. He allegedly admitted his ties to Chinese intelligence, which tasked him with recruiting engineers and scientists where he was working. These are just two examples. But what's more, the Chinese Communist Party deploys dollars just as much as it does cloaks and daggers to get its hands on valuable knowledge. There are many American scholars, often doing research funded by American taxpayers, that have been lured into the Chinese Communist Party's talent recruitment programs. The CCP pays them what is for them a fortune to do research related to their current fields for or in China, and then often uses the fruits of their brainpower to build its military strength. A researcher from my home state of Kansas was caught up in this trap, as was the Harvard Chemistry Department
1046
head.
on 7000 North at 45.
The Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, recently described the CCP strategy as rob, replicate, and replace. But I want to add another R to the DNI's list. I want to add repress. Yang Zhuping, a student from China, delivered a commencement address at the University of Maryland back in 2017, just a couple years back now. She praised the fresh air of free speech. She was soon demonized and harassed by CCP propaganda outlets. I promise you, while I cannot tell you everything, that was no coincidence.
46 as patient loaded.
One University of Georgia student said of the CCP secret police in 2018, quote, "They have harassed me repeatedly and asked me to give them information about the activities of overseas democracy activists and dissidents. And they are particularly interested in the activities of Uyghurs and Tibetans," end of quote. Some of the CCP's biggest victims on campuses are innocent Chinese nationals themselves. And this is a tragedy. We have a responsibility to police this. Another example, at Princeton, just this year, students in a Chinese politics class were forced to use code names on their work, lest the CCP discover their identities and prosecute them for free expression of views on Hong Kong and the CCP under its draconian new national security law. That's right here. This happened right here in the United States of America. American students talk about safe spaces as shelter from ideas they dislike. Chinese students need safe spaces to learn of the ideas that they love. What a stark contrast. Students from China and American universities also live in fear that their families back home will be arrested, will be interrogated, tortured, or worse because of the things they say in an American classroom. But look, the CCP doesn't just target Chinese nationals.
For 69-year-old
They
female.
want to influence American students as well.
In Buckingham.
Professors and administrators too. Look, they know that left-leaning college campuses are rife with anti-Americanism and present easy targets for their anti-American messaging. That's why they planted Confucius Institutes on our campuses. Under President Trump, our State Department has made very clear these Confucius Institutes are literally up to no good. Many have gone away. Many campuses have seen that, and they've chosen to close down these institutes. But right here in Georgia, Wesleyan College still has one in Macon. Look, it's why there are groups on campuses called Chinese Student Scholars Association here too. They're directed and almost always funded by the Chinese embassy or a local Chinese consulate. Its purpose to keep tabs on students and to press pro-Beijing causes. Now you would think at freedom-loving places like Georgia Tech and institutions and scholars all across the world, administrators, school faculty would be more up in arms about the Chinese Communist Party's outright theft and flagrant violation of freedoms that I've described. But we see it too seldom. Well, why? Why do schools censor themselves? They often do it out of fear of offending China. Indeed, I must tell you that MIT wasn't interested in having me to their campus to give this exact set of remarks. President Raphael Reif implied that my arguments might insult their ethnic Chinese students and professors. But of course, nothing could be further from the truth. Those are the very people that this set of remarks is intended to protect their freedoms. And I must say that yielding to the objection of hurt feelings plays right into the Chinese Communist Party's hands. They watch America closely. It's what the party says constantly in response to legitimate criticism around the world. You can see it. And how would the party know how the Chinese people feel anyway, as no one ever gets to vote? Look, we can't let the CCP weaponize political correctness against American liberties. We have to protect and preserve them. Fraudulent cries of racism or xenophobia should never drown out a candid exposure of the activities of the Chinese Communist Party. But we see too often on American campuses that there's silence and censorship. To be driven by the Chinese Communist Party usually boils down to something far less idealistic. So many of our colleges are bought by Beijing. Let me tell you about Vera Zhou. She's a permanent resident of the United States of America. She's originally from China and a senior at the University of Washington. In October of 2017, so just on 3 years ago, she returned to China to visit her father. Local authorities put her in a re-education camp. A re-education camp for 5 months and under house arrest for 18 months after using a virtual private network connection to connect to her school's website. Something many of you are doing even as I speak. Back here, we saw this. Our State Department team, Vera's mother, Bob Fu, a great friend of the Chinese people, desperately petitioned the University of Washington to advocate for her return. But the University of Washington, a woman named Sarah Castro, the head of the Federal Relations Office, said that the university wouldn't help because of a multi-million-dollar deal with China. Now, thank God, Vera was eventually released and returned to the United States, but no thanks to the University of Washington, and no thanks to the deal that it had made with the Chinese Communist Party. The U.S. Department of Education, over the last years, has found that schools have taken an estimated $1.3 billion from China since 2013. That's just what we know about. Like so many, like Columbia, so many schools that have failed to report the true amounts. What more bad decisions will schools make because they are hooked on Chinese Communist Party cash? What professors will they be able to co-opt or to silence? What theft and espionage will they simply overlook? What business deals will get done as a result of that? Look, there's a lot of work to do, and I have laid out a pattern and practice that every American needs to know about. And we need to begin to respond to this sooner rather than later, and our administration has begun to do that, but there is an awful lot more work to do. We cannot allow this tyrannical regime to steal our stuff, to build their military might and brainwash our people, or buy off our institutions to help them cover up these activities. We cannot let the CCP crush the academic freedom that has blessed our country and blessed us with great institutions like the place that I'm standing today. But we need your help. We need help of students, we need help of faculty, we need help of administrations all across America. We need trustees to police their endowments and the deals the universities are striking with the CCP and CCP-backed groups.
351 Mohawk Drive.
We need administrators to close Confucius Institutes and investigate what so-called student groups backed by the CCP money are actually up to on their campuses. The government will help, but we need people to assist us. We need researchers to be vigilant against fraud and theft, and the academic community to reject the CCP's financial siren songs. And we need students to truly stand for free speech. The free speech for themselves, those who grew up here in America, and especially the free speech of Chinese students who are on our campuses, who are here to study and learn and to improve their rights, their lives, and to enjoy the fruits of the freedom that we provide them here in the United States of America. But we need you all to speak truth to power in solidarity when administrations exert pressures on censorship, as has so often happened to protect deals with Beijing. Let's do this. Let's carry forward a banner of freedom to defend our schools, what these institutions were built upon. It will aid our national security. And from the central threat of our time, the Chinese Communist Party. President Cabrera, I'm looking forward to our vigorous conversation. I thank you all for your attention this morning. May God bless the state of Georgia and the United States. Thank you for having me here this morning.
Good. Thank you so much, Secretary.
For a number for TC Nugent. We haven't signed anything. Is he owner or part owner of that Nugent Construction? I can maybe call the business.
Let me. You bring so many important and incredibly difficult questions for us. So you know that Georgia Tech, we're a proud partner of the United States government. We are one of the most research intense universities in the country. The head of our Georgia Tech dollars in research grants, a lot of that classified work with different agencies in the government. The overall institute does over $1 billion of grants every year. We're very proud. Not all of that, of course, is funded. The bulk of that is, so we take issues of protection of our ideas and intellectual property very, very, very seriously. At the same time, we attract amazing Chinese students, undergraduate and graduate students, some of whom join faculty ranks and contribute to making American science and technology the way you described it, the most competitive in the world. So help us figure out a way, how can we even frame these seemingly incompatible objectives of continuing to leverage that advantage to bring all that talent in without putting
contact with the vehicle owner. So it's the exact right question. And it is not a simple thing to answer. But what I can say with certainty is that we've had the balance completely wrong for decades. That is, we had an open spigot for these risks to be present in our system without the balance and checks that are required. And so you see, if you watch what the Trump administration has done with respect to this, this year, it's different because of the virus. In 2021, 2020, there'll be 350, 360,000 Chinese students that come to America. We want these students here, but there has to be a process. There has to be a rigorous evaluation. And some of that is the responsibility of the United States government to undertake, and we have to do a better job of doing that. But we need institutions too that are transparent, that are clear, that are following the requirements, both Department of Education, U.S. Department of Education requirements, the requirements to make sure that U.S. property rights are protected in the way that you just described. If you have someone invent something, we want the fruits of that effort to benefit the United States of America and not end up being used to surveil American citizens in cities all across the world. We've had the balance fundamentally wrong. because there was this notion that there was no cost connected to permitting the risk that the Chinese Communist Party identified, the opportunity that they saw, and the efforts they have undertaken. You all would have seen, it's been a few months back now. We want Chinese diplomats to be here engaged in diplomacy, but the Chinese Communist Party was using their consulate in Houston as a den of spies. And for an awfully long time, the United States just said, we're not going to do anything about that. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable to the American people from a national security perspective. It's unacceptable to the people of Houston and the businesses that are there, that these so-called diplomats are out stealing their stuff. And so we did the work. We collectively, the United States government did the work, identified the problem set, and solved the problem. This is the model that we have to use. The model has been for an awfully long time. It's a big country. There's enormous economic opportunity by engaging with them. Let's just do that and hope things turn out well. It's too dangerous. The Chinese Communist Party has a mission set. We only need to listen to General Secretary Xi Jinping's vision for global hegemony and the capacity that he has developed to actually execute. He has capability and intent. Those are the things that present risks to America. And so we have a responsibility to take on these hard problems, to protect American freedom, to welcome citizens who want to come study at our universities from all across the world, but do so with an eye towards making sure that we do all the things that we are duty bound to ensure that we protect.
So thank you. In terms of, I myself came to this country as an international student. So I grew up in Spain. I was lucky enough to get a Fulbright scholarship, one of the wonderful programs of the United States State Department, and I have experienced it personally. How thousands and thousands of smart young people around the world, they dream of coming to a great American university. That's it. They don't dream to go to somewhere else. They want to be here. So always sensitive to, again, being smart about the way you described it, about protecting our interest, and at the same time not send the message that would somehow weaken that huge advantage that we have, right? That we have first picks. It's almost like we have first draft picks every year. Smart people around the world, we get to choose first. So how do we, continue to send that message? The way, wait a second, we want smart people to come here. So given that you're our first, our number one salesman also, that's, I guess, part of your job description.
I think I just sent exactly that message. This is why I'm here. We want these students. But when they're here, it can't be the case that they live in fear, right? These institutions, you all have an obligation to protect these students as well.
Right.
These students are returning home to suffer. A Fulbright student coming in from some country ought not be returned to their home country and to suffer from the jackbooted thugs that now want to take the information that they got, send them back into the United States, to only to have them just take a little bit more information that they're going to hand off to the Chinese MSS, their security apparatus, or the People's Liberation Army, their formal military team, or to the Chinese intelligence services. This is not the best of America. We have a responsibility to those Chinese students too, in addition to the duty that I described to protect American national security. We have an imperative to get this right. And when we do, I'm convinced, I am convinced that this will still be a beacon. The number of American students studying in China in 2021, I didn't refer to, very small. Why? Yes, why? Why is that? It's because if you want to be a technologist, if you want to be an innovator, if you want access to capital, if you want to be around a network, an ecosystem of innovators to create the next great whatever it is you want to go create, what are you doing? You do it in the United States of America. We cannot forfeit that capacity by allowing the Chinese Communist Party to infiltrate our research institutions and take that away from us after all it is that the American private sector, the American taxpayers in the state of Georgia have invested in preserving, promoting, and building out this enormous capacity. It's we've lived in a bit of a fantasy world for the last 40 years. It is time for the it is time for the balance to be struck to both maintain our competitive advantage and protect the American advantage from the threats that the Chinese Communist Party has clearly stated they intend to the cost they intend to impose upon us.
So I have the data. In fact, this is your data. This is the open doors.
I know it well. Yes.
I love it, by the way. Keep this. This is the best source of information we get every year. And speaking of imbalances, that's another imbalance I wanted to discuss with you, right? So we get about, I mean, give or take, we get about 1 million international students in the U.S. every year. About half of that comes from China and India. Third, more than a third, like 35% is from China. Then when you turn the page, you're absolutely right. The number of American students that go to China is not even the number one destination, is 11,000. So here's what I'm thinking. Okay, you've been a businessman, so you land in Shanghai, you go to a boardroom to make a deal, and it turns out that the guys on the other side of the table, they speak English, they know our culture, they watch our movies, they laugh at our jokes, they know all about us. In most cases, we know very little about our culture. Shouldn't we be sending vastly larger number of American students to China to learn their culture and not to stay there and set up their companies? We want them back here in Atlanta, Midtown, by the way, Tech Square. But to learn about China. Don't you think that would be a good idea?
It is an enormous knowledge gap, enormous knowledge imbalance. I would agree with that. I would tell you that we work very hard at the State Department. We are nowhere near where we need to be to have enough Mandarin speakers so that we can understand, even at the most senior diplomatic levels in the United States, that we have the capability to watch and read what's coming out in the Mandarin language press from China. So it is an enormous undertaking. You talked about this as an imbalance. One of the central theses of our policy with respect to China these past 4 years has in fact been about that, about reciprocity. So imagine now you're a company here at Georgia Tech and you want to go build out a business in China. You want to sell to the 1.4 billion people there, and you need to make an investment. The rules for you to invest there are radically different than some young person in China who'd like to come invest here in Atlanta. That's not right. We need fair and reciprocal rules when it comes to foreign direct investment. We need fair and reciprocal rules when it comes to press reporting. So one of the reasons we know so much less about the Chinese culture has less to do with the number of students and the fact that a person who is a credentialed Western reporter inside of China can't move around freely. This is an enormous imbalance. We've tried to take that on. We had Chinese propaganda outlets here in the United States that were running free and clear, while valid U.S. media companies that wanted to report on what was taking place, by the way, at an incredibly important time when the Chinese Communist Party was permitting the export of a virus around the world. And they couldn't get to the places that they needed to get to find the information that would have been very valuable for the United States to have had in a timely fashion. So there's enormous information imbalance attached to that. I talked about one reason there's only 11,000 American students traveling to China. It's that they don't want them there. They don't want Americans. Why? Because when Americans go to a college campus, you've seen it. I traveled the campus a bit this morning.
Go ahead.
Students jogging, running, talking, fun, inquiring, doing the things that we do in a place, a democracy, a republic like our country. This is not the Chinese campus. And so there's an imbalance there. And we have to work to convince and impose cost on the Chinese Communist Party until such time as there is reciprocity in every space. The president talked about it in terms of freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. I could go through the list of places where we have for decades permitted the Chinese Communist Party to have an exception to every international rule. So what's another example? The World Trade Organization, an important institution to make lives better for jobs for people right here in the state of Georgia. Nearly every country participates in a single way. The Chinese Communist Party says, no, we're special. We should be a developing country with a set of trade preferences that benefit China enormously. And what the Americans just, for decades, this isn't partisan, both political parties just said, we're gonna let that pass. It can't be any longer. And this is what President Trump has said. We're not gonna do that anymore. We're gonna demand that China comply with the same set of rules that every other nation is asked to comply with. And when we do, America will be safer and more secure. America will be more prosperous. Our allies, partners in Southeast Asia and in South Korea and in Australia and in Europe, they'll be safer and more prosperous. And we will build out a coalition that simply demands that sovereign nations compete on a fair and level playing field. It should happen in academia, it should happen in the commercial space. If we get that right, America will be just fine.
45 en route.
Let me bring the topic to something that I know and would be of particular interest to many of our students, which is the role of science and technology in American diplomacy. I mean, given that we are in a century of this is a knowledge economy where we win or lose by our innovation, by our science, even our military strength relies more and more on. What is the role of scientists?
Transporting to
driving or influencing and shaping American foreign policy. Do you have folks like us around in the State Department? I mean, what is the role?
We do. We have them in a handful of places. The two most prominent. We have a science and technology group, and then we also have a huge group of folks that are call our economic team, led by a fellow named Keith Kroc, invented a company called DocuSign out in Silicon Valley, came to join the State Department to make sure that the United States and China had a set of common understandings around technology. So we spend a lot of time on that. So I'll give you one vertical, one space where we've worked really hard. So the Chinese Communist Party, when it competes around the world, has an enormous advantage. It has state sponsorship of nearly every one of their significant enterprises. A young entrepreneur here from Georgia Tech goes out there on their own. They've got to raise their own capital. Somebody's going to want return on that investment. They've got to make money. They've got to pay their workforce. Not so in China. Not so. Many of the companies they will come to compete against will have government funding, direct government funding, not a grant that we might provide to a research institute, but truly will be a state-owned enterprise. This is deeply unfair to the American people and presents enormous risk to American national security as well. So we set about in one space, I'll call it the communications tech space, to challenge the presumptive global winner, a company called Huawei, that was dominating the next generation of technology called 5G technology. They didn't win it because they were the fastest and the best. They won it because ultimately they delivered a solution to countries that was cheaper because they had the backing of the Chinese Communist Party and a technology that was good enough. This had an enormous national security risk that I'd seen in my previous role, but it had an enormous commercial risk that we wouldn't be that the West, that the rules-based system wouldn't be the victor in 5G technology. It's incredibly important. And so we set about traveling the world, telling the story that says if you have software or hardware that comes from Huawei, you are handing the data of your citizens to the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Liberation Army. So your child who is on a Chinese piece of software, a Chinese app, will be in the hands of the Chinese security apparatus. It's not whether. Their law requires the company to turn this information over to them. And so it's going to happen. So parents, think twice before you do this. But we have a responsibility as government to protect our citizens. And so we set about doing that and helping citizens around the world do it too. At first, we bet on deaf ears because there was a product that was cheap. Chinese Communist Party would show up and subsidize it. And so it was efficient for governments to put these systems, routers and servers into their systems. We today have over 60 countries that have said we're not going to permit that to happen. 27 out of 29 EU countries. I think number now is 67% of the globe's GDP has forsworn technology that is not trusted, right? Mandating trusted vendors. And when you limit yourself to trusted IT communications infrastructure vendors, you are by just simple math excluding vendors connected to the Chinese Communist Party. And so we've prevailed. We've created space for entrepreneurs, for Ericsson, for Nokia, for companies that will abide by simple rules of protecting data privacy for citizens all across the world, who will operate in a way that is a true straight up commercial transaction, who will not provide access to this information to their host countries' militaries on a continuous and repeated and non-voluntary basis. We fundamentally made that change. The State Department led that effort. We're proud of what we have achieved. We still have more. When I say we have 60 countries, I think we have 130 telephone companies. In many countries, the access to this communications is driven not so much by the government, but by the dominant telephone company inside of that country. We've got 100+ telephone companies that have forsworn any all but trusted vendors. This is where technology, innovation, and diplomacy come together to help America be more secure and more prosperous. It's a good story. There is an awful lot more work to do in lots more spaces.
So, and it creates also one of those incredibly difficult questions to solve. I guess that's why you get paid the big bucks, as they say, to try to figure out these balances. But so there are areas of research in technological research that clearly are of a competitive nature, right? We want our fighter jets and our weaponry system to be better than anybody else's. We want our companies to have products before anybody else. But there are areas of science that are global in nature, right? And the coronavirus is the perfect example, right? At this point, honestly, who cares? Who comes up with the cure first or the vaccine? What we want is, whatever 3 billion, 4 billion people to get a vaccine. In fact, the sooner the Chinese sequence the virus and make that available, the sooner we all could start working on the new RNA vaccine or DNA vaccine and so forth. So again, how do you balance the competitive nature of some research areas with the fact that in many of the big questions that we deal with as a species, we're in this together, right? These are global threats that we all face that we want smart people everywhere, even in China, to help us figure out.
Sure. No, this policy isn't restrictive, but this advancement of civilization best takes place in the context of the rule of law, the liberal international order, sovereign nations, protection of property rights, all the things that our founders knew so well. This is not the model that Xi Jinping wants for you and wants for you and your children. It is a very different model. It is a model that ultimately collapses upon itself. But in the meantime, we have an obligation to protect and secure American prosperity. And when we do, I can say this with certainty, when we do, citizens all across the globe will benefit from that. I've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen American technology linked up with technology that was manufactured and developed inside of India, linked together to serve people in destitute places in difficult parts of Africa. I've watched it improve their lives. And each step along the way, it benefited from the fact that there was someone out there operating in an ecosystem that respected the rule of law, respected property rights, permitted commerce to take place, contracts were honored. If there was something went amiss, there was a court system that one could resolve the conflict. This is the West. The West isn't a place, it's a concept, it's an idea. This is the West. And the challenge that's here on campus that I spoke about is in fact the challenge between freedom and tyranny. It's the challenge between the ideas that we have in the West and an authoritarian model that has been adopted by the Chinese Communist Party with the sole intention of spreading it as the predominant model around the world. I with all my heart, I can tell you, President Cabrera, that is not in the best interest of people anywhere, including inside of China.
So let me, if you don't mind, switch gears a little bit and get somewhat personal. I know many of our students are thinking about careers and career choices. Earlier, I joked that you don't seem to be able to keep a job. I
hope you're referring to this one now.
No. Of course not. No, but I feel like I could make the joke because I feel somewhat in the same place. I've changed and I've done various. as you look back and try to make sense of your career, again, having been a soldier and an attorney and a business leader and so forth, how these experiences inform even the way you carry out your job now? Because this is a one-of-a-kind job you have now, but if you look back, how do those experiences make you prepare you for this?
If you stare at it in hindsight, one could argue that there has been a progression, that each task that I've had put in front of me has prepared me, put me in a better place to be, to at least have the capacity to be more effective in the next job that I took on. I think that's true. I didn't set out on that path. No one could dream that you'd be the 70th Secretary of the United States of America, for goodness sake. Although I am mindful, President Trump is the 45th president. There's a lot more turnover in my job than there is in his. I always think back to what my father taught me. Wherever you are, wherever you find yourself, work your tail off. I tell young people, I get asked by young people all the time, well, tell me what I should do to be successful. And the answer is, I have seen successful people who are lazy, but not very many. Most people who find success, however they define it, achieve that because they were prepared to make sacrifices, to make trade-offs in their life, and to work really, really hard. The second thing is to grow where you're potted. Don't be chasing that next stream. Don't spend your time looking over the horizon about the job you want someday. I have not found that to work, not just for myself, but in all the others who I've helped and tried to mentor. In the end, if you work hard and do well, opportunities will present themselves, not every day and not always, but with enough frequency that the right solution is to stay very, very focused on the task that you have in front of you and do it really, really well. Now, the second thing is there is nothing like one's reputation, the capacity for people to understand the character of who you are. And you only get to build that over time and every day. And so wherever you find yourself, you got to speak the truth, even when sometimes it is not welcome and it's difficult. If you do those couple of things, then, and then for me, keeping my faith, if you do those three things, that's what I told my son. Tell the truth, work hard, keep your faith. The world will come present you with things that will be fulfilling for you and for your family.
Thank you. I know that that's incredibly valuable advice for our students, and yet you still make the turns.
Yeah, 106 north, 4 west.
You're a soldier who said, I want to go to law school, not an obvious choice. I want to go piece together a number of businesses in Wichita. I think that's
I was really lucky in that sense, is that I was in a play. I always had these chances, and I was prepared to take risk, right? So I had a job in law, and one of the here today, myself and my two other best friends in the whole world said, let's go start a business. We didn't really know what it was going to be, and we decided we'd take that risk. We'd jump off on this. So you also have to be prepared when you see something where you have a passion to go pursue something, and you believe you have a skill set where you can generate value, not always financial value, but value. Then you got to be prepared to go make the change and take the risk.
So, and then maybe back to your current job. Obviously, it's an interesting. I think in one of your earlier speeches, you described that you were taking a pretty significant shift back to the China policy.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have this job. How likely are we to see some of these policies stay beyond January, or are we going to see another 180-degree shift? I mean, some of your message is not necessarily partisan, right? I mean, you would have.
Yeah, I don't think a single thing I said today reflected a partisan viewpoint, but rather relied on a data set. And so I don't think, frankly, what I said today was particularly controversial about those who are paying attention to the challenges that the Chinese Communist Party presents. And indeed, I've seen this on Capitol Hill in Washington, and even in others in think tanks around the world. I think there's an increasing awareness of this challenge. So I'll give you an example. I was in a NATO meeting with my foreign minister counterparts earlier last week. NATO grew out of the challenge of the Soviet Union and was very focused on confronting the Soviet Union and then Russia. Today, NATO is challenged by cyber threats, space threats, disinformation threats from the Chinese Communist Party. And so we, the United States, had worked for in a long time to convince NATO that it needed to focus on this. And we spent an hour and a half of our roughly 4 hours of NATO talking about the threat from the Chinese Communist Party. And I say that as an exemplar of the fact that I think this challenge is now widely recognized. And so I think whoever, just in February of 2021, but February of 2025 and 29 and 33, I think every one of those leaders will feel the challenge and recognize they have a duty and responsibility to confront this in a very real way. I think our administration, President Trump, should be given credit for having faced this. It would be the first administration to truly identify this. We did it in 2017 in what's called, it's an obscure document called the National Security Strategy, but we identified this challenge very clearly. And then we have begun to do what every institution does when there's a challenge.
Okay, got over the tip. Go ahead. Well. Suspicious activity, 315 Main Street Northwest, People's Bank, Bourbonnais. Male white, 30 to 40, passport escape with the back open, appears to be selling things. Gold escape, parked in the front. What? Okay, 21. 21. There from the scene, I'll have a drill report and general case report on file. Bulk retest vehicle. 10-4. Here comes 10-4.
10, go ahead.
It's going to be on 6 and Dixie. 6 and Dixie. It's going to be Indiana 28. K39, all Roberts, D-Boy, Lincoln. It's going to be a great Dodge 1 option.
You're at 6 and 60. Can you 10-9 your 28, please?
839, R. Roberts, D-Boy, Lincoln.
Progress, the Lincoln Cultural Center, 240 South Warren Avenue. The retaining wall was struck by an unknown offender. They'll meet you at the front door.
Six at Riverside. No, you're Riverside. K10, 4839. Are you in LTC? Yep, well, that would be pertaining to that stolen vehicle that struck that over the weekend. Case number 36325, 36325. I'm not sure if they did an accident report or not.
Three, 2, 5.
That's correct. Stolen Jeep struck it, and then documents fled.
Jason. Fine. Check that incident number and see if there was an LS on 36325. Tucker.
Uh, 23.
135 on speed. Can't come exit before traffic stop. Exit way in 4552. Charles Robert 25697. CR 25697. On a white Buick, one time. Ground Justice Way in 45.
I'm 135. There's no vehicle mentioned in the description. There's a van with the back hatch open. It's a surveying crew. I'll be 10-8.
Jason was the 17th named Harold. 135, can you come?
Go ahead.
7751. Content status.
10 from the beginning, go to 1
10-4.
121's wrong.
121, 10-4.
Open. Okay, I got 133. South Main, abandoned vehicle.
10-4, 213 South Main.
Toyota Corolla, no plate.
Female half is going to be an Amanda Palmer. She ripped a child out of the 17's arm. She's trying to leave. 17's a Diana Denault. One 10-4. 610, can you come?
Go ahead.
We have a 911 abandoned, 18 feet from 183 East 2nd Street. No history on the phone number.
I'll take a right around.
10-4. Gosh, the female white, black hair, walking toward drop that seat. That's 54 status.
Central Christian Church. Charles, 14237. Charles, 14237. White Honda Accord ×1.
754. I said that vehicle is a Buick, correct? Because our plate's coming back on a Chevy. 10-4. They came back for a Buick for me. I might give you the wrong one. I'll add this one to the call. 10-4, thank you.
611 to me, right?
I can't get after a voicemail. The next report was already generated in reference to that opportunity.
Can't come ambulance 71's returning. I can stay on.
Can't come at 54, 10 8, Morning. 10-4. Honda registered to Antoine Allen, 809 Evergreen, KT 10, 2005 Honda Stan. Lincoln 55047.
Ten 8, 2 locals issued, no sticker flag.
10-4. First status.
Can't come. Here's Robert 6 returning.
Yeah.
Can't come. 610, 1060.
4610.
That 1057 records is going to contact another subject also who's been trying to reach him about the 1050.
They're driving. He just drove past her. Now they're crossing Route 50.
Can't come. I'm out with bumper to bumper.
Towards the area with nothing showing.
Unit with traffic, can you readvise?
Can't come. 610.
610.
Am I reading the notes right? That trying to Report the vehicle taken without permission in Bradley.
Ambulance 2 needed 1888 Summit Avenue for a subject with abdominal pain. Ambulance 2 needed 1888 Summit for a subject having abdominal pain. Time is 11:07. Respond on City Fire.
status. You're correct. He's trying to report a vehicle that's taken without permission, and it apparently occurred in Bradley. However, he refuses to stop hanging up on us to get further.
Can't do much about that. Don't be sitting, so there's further.
I live in your status.
Okay. Got 544.
At 44.
This is Ford, out of service.
Okay. Number
4.
Duke Oil, 141 South Kinsey Avenue. Meet with Paul. They found a wallet.
138, status. Clear one issued, I-1. 10-4. King count 528, I'll be on scene. ACOM Amos Susan on the scene, 1888 Summit.
Ambulance 210 heavy on the scene.
J13. Got the child back. The mother's been advised to stay away. Talked to the DCFS caseworker. He did confirm that Deanna is supposed to have a child this time. The mother hasn't supposed to have any contact. We'll be back to service tomorrow. All right. What's my case number? Case file from M6. Continue, but we're going to have to make a separate trip. There's another vehicle that's good. No. CENTCOM 710 traffic stop. Big C. 28 Chevy from Illinois. C. Charles R. Robert 88158. C. Charles R. Robert 88158. Going to be a great Nissan 1 officer.
North Dixie Highway. It's on Paul Power on 17th. Plane is 853792. 853792. One Suburban, 29. About 50 at 6 North, northbound lane.
Speed route that way from the PD.
Covered 2 semis. There's no injuries.
Bike way straight out there. Let's see if I get there.
North State Highway 50, no reported injuries. Multiple officers going. X-ray 50 can come. Practice at 7409 East 1st Street.
Keep off for the middle, he's a male. 928 of 83. 928 of 83 male.
Okay.
Right.
The subject from the previous 911 unknown called in again. It's coming in at 93 feet at 450 North Oak. He's being uncooperative.
Good work. 1760.
Seven ten status.
One.
Nine oh one.
Put me on PD administrative duties.
Okay.
Lowell, Indiana.
I was at 1050, Route 50 and 6 North. It's going to be 2 semi trucks, rear end, northbound lanes. We got a large gas leak. Can't count 528 1 in. One in.
525. Fire's going to be en route now. One of the vehicles leaking fluid.
Z, first name is William. Doesn't show any middle. 713 or 74. 713 74. Gino 7104.
2104.
You can show me en route. Would you page Bourbonnais as well?
Bourbonnais, okay.
You jump red at 10-4.
And can come. We paid shop 19 fire to an accident 6000 North State Highway 50 for 2 semis. No reported injuries.
But thanks, you can pay.
4.
Okay. Will be at the intersection northbound, rear end collision. Yeah, but it's at the intersection of the state. Can't come. Can't come. 610.
610.
11 have checked the area. I haven't seen anybody sitting in the vehicle, and 2 people that were out last 4-day match. Slowly 10-8.
4.
Sorry. Jeremy, if you want to go 72 around.
A 72. Can't come make 54. That's 54. 10-5 on.
Go ahead.
Open line 911, tower location 648 Main Street Northwest.
10-4. You can disregard. Can't count 121. I'm right here. I'll take care of it. 135, 10-4.
710 status.
Can't comment else to.
I have to page your other emails. One engine for ambulance requested 943 East Birch Street for a sickle cell crisis. Ambulance 1 engine 4 needed 943 East Birch Street for a sickle cell crisis. Time is 11:29. Respondent to define. Sorry, go ahead with your traffic.
En route to Riverside.
10-4, I have you en route to Riverside.
Caricom 103, I'm clear, available.
103, 10-4.
Caricom 46 on scene. We'll be out.
46 on scene.
Cancom, Mantino car 7104 on scene. This will be Bradley's fire district. 2 semis involved. Looks like minor damage. Everybody's out. I will assume command for now.
Seventy 104 received.
Turn route.
I have you en route 943 East Birch. In disregard.
Mantino ambulance 72, you can return. I will need it in 76 for oil dry and possibly a 50. Hang on 38 traffic shop. $7,100 north, 4552. Boy, Mary Lincoln, 214. Boy, Mary Lincoln, 214. White Chevy Sonic times 1. $21. 76, pull in, sorry, 75, pull in behind 71. And where I'm on scene. Man, 75, well, pull in behind ambulance 71. Can't come to engine 75 on scene.
10 19. One half will be in a Dodge Magnum. Second half will be in a gray Ford Festiva.
Come on. 135, 10-4.
Right, Jerry Clausen, odor coming from the residence.
3104.
7104.
Minor damage to both vehicles. Per the Bradley EMS crew, the two drivers of the vehicles don't want EMS, and we do have a coolant spill that we're going to deal with.
10-4.
Ten came from 950, not in progress. 1211 South Osborne. She got rear-ended yesterday. Needs to make a report. It occurred on Hobby and Willow.
$121 on speed.
$528.
We'll walk in, I believe he's got a van, 911 down.
10-4-6-10.
Cars.
Okay.
I'll be 10-6 plus 1.
$821, your status? 10-4.
Can't count 427. We are 10-8.
Breaker.
PA status. 7. Can't count, man. I'm 6 something. Can't count the right ambulance 46. Ambulance 46. No need for VMS. Thanks. Thanks, man. Perfect. All right.
A 67-year-old male, legs swollen, difficulty walking. Engine 4 assist private ambulance Superior Journal of Kankakee City. 726 North Wildwood for a 67-year-old male, legs swollen, difficulty walking. Time of page 1138. Respond on city fire.
Engine 4 en route. 726 North Wildwood. Casino.
Route. Tank on 528 for now. Or excuse me, 481. Again, Route 726, North Wildwood. It's 121, 28, return when you're ready. 6472, clear and valid to Courtney Stamp out of 620 Stonewall Drive, Bourbonnais, 2005 Dodge Utility, silver. Yep. Tank on fire device, $135. 3510-4.
Stop 413, we're at 519 North Indiana. Follow, no need for status.
North Indiana 10-4.
Door, but so far the resident has not. Do you have a phone number? We're trying to try that. Up, 23.
Okay. I'm glad. I'm going to have a ROF just for documentation. His credit card was not used. It was eliminated a while back. I'll have an ROF just for documentation.
104.
Based on the fluid leak, police on scene, state police will have seen all units in service returning. Okay, come get 12. Taken with permission, I'll be having there at the end of the minute.
Call 911 again, being on Glocker County.
I tried to explain to him what to do, and he didn't know how to.
Eight 549-4400. His name is Norman. What? Father report in the PEACHY2. Paul, Edward, Adam, Charles, Henry, Young, 2. Red Deal one time.
Okay, come Caleb.
One 15590. Do you have eyes on that subject still?
Take a manual phone, Russ.
Email from St. Mary's. He needs to stop calling 911 if he's already been advised.
Simple. All right. Right.
Yeah, 416 West Washington Street. It's within 22. We got voice on call back.
Okay. Yeah, time 702 out the area.
104702. Thanks for coming to the
Classic Sports. Person Eugene. Eugene, middle was that right? 925.97. 925.97.
I'm fine. That's fine. You'll meet him at our PD and we'll do the ROS at that time. Quickly, what Eugene Clark is clear and valid. I was meeting at the PD at 3 p.m.
Adam Lehman, Boyd, E-R-L-I, first name is Justin. Didn't give me his middle. DOB is 618 of 90, 618 of 90, mail us.
That's 54. Citation, my bun. Sorry, have you available?
Frank Newman Roberts, Noah Hyde of Frank Newman Roberts. Email 11 8 75.
Wow.
Not Indiana. 0360188116. If everybody's clear,
Number.
Please on this, please.
Stand up.
Operation 4.
4.
41 as patient care and reports available.
Engine 4 temporary be available. 710.
610. Is that where the phone was pinging, or is that where you're saying is that Concord?
Where the call was saying from? Yeah, at about 167 to about 183 East 2nd Street with a 95% accuracy.
Well, we looked him up and the door wasn't. Got an address of 183. We'll go back around. Knock on the door. To the tape. He's upset because his brother took his car without permission. Also filed an identity theft in Iroquois County. He wanted to add to it. Explained to him that it needs to be supplemental in county.
Super. Jacob.
Pending call, escort 308 Marcel Street, maternity BVM, 10 minutes to maternity cemetery.
Double.
Damage to his vehicle.
You just let me know. I'll get it here shortly when I clear up here. I'll talk to him.
Okay, thanks. He's around back.
Got the other car. She's going to have her father come pick it up here from the PD lot. We're clear.
10-4.
Then I'm 23.
10-4.
Gas and wash. Boy Henry, 81788. Boy Henry, 81788. Red Ford Explorer, unknown.
Wash.
King Town 41 Thunder Riverside.
41, I have you not to Riverside.
Like you out with a 1016?
Looks like they're separated now, but they were just screaming. I was trying to make contact with you.
Okay.
No, both has. Female hysterical.
Okay.
135 en route.
35, okay.
Yeah, kind of Southern Officer, I'll be staying with a narrative.
10-4, 702.
Female, she's at the house, she's walking southbound. I'm 610.
610.
No contact. Attach me to the original call. I'm going to do a vehicle taken without permission report. I don't have a 28, so
10-4.
now.
Okay.
What's your one? Yes, Spinner's Mill, black shirt, gray pants. Hey. Can't copy show 6802 route, wires down.
Two, en route.
He walked away finally. He was quoting at 95. I'll get you 28 here in a second. Female has hopped in my car. He was trying to get in my squad.
10-4.
Okay, got me. If you want to be on 72 second quarter station 2. $38 has he left your location? Yeah. Negative. Another female's out of my car, walking back to the car that he just got in. Jennifer, we'll continue.
Came from. Keep the peace, 361 South Poplar. ETA 5 minutes and a brown Kia to get some items.
Okay. $41 and out.
One, 10-4. $135, 1060.
$33.
$33.
I'll be clear for both. Get that short and right over there.
X27. Sorry.
Hang on 138.
$138.
No, they're still arguing, but they drove off. You can just have that plate, please. We'll be 10-8 now. Southbound in a black Camry.
Ten four.
So you don't need another? No, LA left. First she wanted help and then she didn't. Well, can't come roll tonight. Go ahead.
In progress, Circle K, 65 North Convent. Video of employees stealing lottery tickets.
10-4.
Okay, down 40, for Riverside. On that theft, employee is not on scene, occurred yesterday about 6 p.m.
Can't come in just 62.
62?
On the scene, we do have a wire down from a pole sitting in the ditch. Go ahead and contact Combat, and I'll work on getting you a pole number here in a second.
Text and comment.
Maintain our unit status.
610, 410-4, you can clear.
10-4.
There was no contact made at the 2 seconds.
10-4.
Can't copy, show 6802 on scene.
6802, okay.
Thanks, all. Fine.
287 474.
The William Boudreaux, 150 South Cleveland, on that black 2012 Chevy utility.
Sample. I'll be clear out. Dr. Fish, you can speak to the company next time today.
Nine South Washington.
Can come in just 62.
Engine 62.
The power line is currently not sparking. but there's no full numbers on the pole. So it'll be just south of 5,000 north on 2250 west.
Operator status.
Engine 62.
If you could just advise Tom that it is a line going full pole, currently not sparking, no hazards. You can show all urban units in service.
10-4. $121 Cancom.
Good.
Domestic disturbance, 271 Tony Street. 271 Tony Street. $121 further grandchild fathers, they're threatening to start issues.
We just dispatched an ambulance to 355 Diversitech Drive for a female with possible bowel obstruction.
Excuse me, baby.
10-4.
Careful.
Hey, 1200.
Sorry.
$121, the subject is just sitting in his vehicle now. The white SUV out front of the house.
I want to see 28.
Go ahead.
29033. White GMC Yukon.
Okay.
Burn units from record. So many units, the admin building with the groups gathering back here. 133, can you respond there? 41 is around.
Info.
One 133 are out there.
And the gray SUV is going to be leaving for Taco Bell here.
138 scenario, do I need to stop it?
Stand by. Just check the status, make sure they're okay. Not sure if that vehicle in front is related.
Earlier. Okay, I'm on 138. I'll be making a stop on the gray Tahoe, Starbucks. Looks like plate comes back. Stolen.
Okay.
There's a gray Volkswagen that pulled in as well. I can't get the plate on that, but the Tahoe, Boy Zebra, 47163. Boy Zebra, 47163.
Ten four.
Yeah, John 121.
121.
This one, thanks to be very little.
Can you repeat that last traffic?
You move on, I have one money.
Okay, go ahead with your 29.
SCHWARTZ, Curtis, CURTIS, little J John, 72373, 072373.
Okay. I'm sorry, they cleared the call, so I didn't know you're still there.
I'll be clear. I'll get that.
Okay. Helen Cogan is sitting outside in a white Toyota Tundra. He says he has documentations that it's his day for visitation, and the mother refuses to answer the door or pick up the phone. Ten four. Been suspended.
Forty-one, I'm clear.
141. 10 4.
Can't come peaceful.
Okay, 12.
Information added to the call. Back control.
10-4.
Okay, Comex 54, traffic stop. Come. 102 and 7 West. It's going to be a B-Boy truck plate. 262-2596. 262-2596. B-Boy truck plate on a silver Dodge. One time.
B5 10-4. Can't come. You can clear us from going. Walking out the 15 Jordan. Go ahead. What was the status of this vehicle that was left in lot here at the PD? Gray vehicle. Supposed to be picked up by the 17th Tyler. Okay. One on scene, 15 Jordan.
21 10-4.
133 awful.
10-4.
And 135.
135 10-4.
Yeah, got 121.
121.
Yes, Amanda Palmer and Lee Palmer.
10-4.
I'm 10-4 direct on the narrative update. I'll be clear.
X54 status. I'll be 10-8, 1 citation, Ivan.
No, sisters. Both Filipino. Okay, I'm gonna probably be under Lee Wheeler now. That guy was. Okay, can I see 11?
You know what, truck?
Yeah, say 11. 15 South Skyler. Business check.
215, okay.
Okay, gun 610. Favor, if you would merge all those abandoned 911 calls from Justin to, we'll go with 215863, 215853, please.
10-4.
Yeah, en route, 1447.
En route.
Count correction ambulance 60.
South dash, check with 10-4.
En route, 1447 Westminster Lane. Thank you.
Then can come. Amanda McCray, she needs to finish up an ROF for 1016 at 2345 East Maple. So he was busy yesterday. Thank you. Another call from the same Justin at 183 East 2nd Street wants to report his car stolen again. I'm looking for it.
A 74-year-old female, difficulty breathing.
Jumper.
Just depends on the phone from up here at the PD. Go ahead with that. 610 is talking to him on the phone at the police department.
Okay.
Three 6 333 36333.
On scene 1447. Ambulance 60 on scene. Units on Jordan, status.
We're waiting for Lee to get Les out of bed to sit first.
10-4.
Then Kingdom. Past 1019, he wants to turn in some items he's found.
Take on 610.
610.
Penny for the nervous.
Record good. Have another party here on the lot for this other vehicle. Actually, I have two subjects. One's in the parking lot, one's in the right lobby. Careful, what's in pictures? Investigation step up. Okay, they're 10-6. I'll see if I can contact them.
On the in the Arizona Senate, and she has been an absolute firecracker throughout this entire audit process. So we have not gotten the official result, but in a teaser, she told us that after seeing what she has seen so far, preliminary results, she said all counties must be audited, not just in Arizona.